serious people who have been clinically dead and came back. How was the other side like? I don't know how much dead I was or even if I was dead at all, but I can just tell you what I remember and what I was told. From the accident itself, I don't remember anything at all. They got to me. There was blood all over the place, a bloody stump where my hand used to be, and the forearm just shredded into stripes. My clothes had been mostly ripped off by the force of the accident, and they could see I was not breathing or moving at all. One doctor and 2 pharmacists were with us on that trip. They didn't even touch me. I was so ducked up. They thought I was dead for sure. After a short while my belly started inflating and I twitched. They realized the broken helmet strap was pushing against my neck, with the helmet behind my head, effectively strangling me since my body came to a rest. I don't know how long I was strangled for, but I am guessing just a minute or 2. They immediately took off the helmet strap. The helmet was off my head anyhow, but don't take helmets from bikers unless you know how to do it, and I produced a fountain of puke and blood, and then I screamed loud, really loud, like people who lived over a mile away came to my aid with ice and first aid kits. They were trying to put a belt to serve as a tourniquet because I was literally pouring all my heart's content, but I was out of my mind trying to fight them off, hurling the worst slurs imaginable. I regained my composure and 1 hour later, I was in the hospital. Surgery lasted 16 hours. I was transfused over 25 liters of blood, 3 to 5 times what an adult body takes, but I kept bleeding out, so they just kept pumping more and more until they plugged all the holes. They had put me into a coma for the surgery, but I didn't wake up when expected. I had some traumatic brain injury and they weren't really sure what was going on. A few days later when I woke up, I was acting crazy, suffering from heavy hallucinations, trying to run away, fighting the doctors off. I had to be strapped to the bed for my own safety. I don't know where my memories pick up. I don't recall the accident at all, or my trip to the hospital. Although I am told my memory was fine by the time I got to the hospital. They did those "who are you? When were you born?" questions. I remember some chats I had with visitors, so I can tell you my memory goes back to at least the post-coma crazy acting. I think it goes a bit further back than that, but it's hard to tell. The notion of time was really distorted, and I can remember many months going by. When it all happened in a week, the very first thing I remember was being on Japan, on a friend's imaginary vacation house with all my close friends. We all went to the movies, and we saw some awesome movie that was inspired by existence. So we were all shaping the story with our minds. Awesome high-tech wizardry you'd expect in Japan. It was very much a happy experience for me. Things went downhill pretty fast, but that first day was perfect and peaceful. The following months, I just fought everyone for my freedom, sometimes literally, as I'd have to throw punches. Sometimes it was just a battle of wills as I was strapped to a table and tortured. There was some parallels between my hallucinations and real life. Doctors thought I was foreigner because I was always talking in English, while in fact I thought I was in a foreign country. I was really thirsty and interacting with a robot butler. I ordered a Coke in English. The doctor was so happy I could speak after so many days that she bought a Coke from the vending machine and gave it to me with a straw. To this day, it was the best goddamn Coke I ever drank. I recall some conversations I had with my mom where I was trying to explain the people who were after me, and she was just puzzled and trying to explain I was in the hospital. The bad guys had a pretty effective mind control device, so I felt I was fighting uphill. They had gotten to her. I did punch headbutt some people in real life, although I don't remember the most violent outbursts clearly, because they put me to sleep soon after. I did manage to wiggle my arm free off the restraints, set myself free and made a run for it. I am told that ended poorly for me as well. I just have brief flashes before passing out, and when they blocked the doors I made a run for the window of a 6th floor. I thought I was in a 1st floor restaurant, and by then I was so desperate. A broken leg was the least of my worries. It took a dog pile of 6 men to stop me. Eventually I started realizing my hallucinations couldn't be real, and my mom did tell me I was in an hospital, so all of the sudden I realized I was in the hospital, and that was that. It took them a while to trust me enough to let go of the restraints though. I was 5, died on operating table, hit and run and pronounced dead. Parents went crazy of course. Doctor said I was gone for 5+ minutes, but then I was back. Next thing I remember is waking up with a swollen head full of stitches, 800 to be exact. I have a dent in my skull and scar from my forehead to halfway back of my head. When old enough I was told the entire story. My older brother, 7-year-old to my 5, got into an argument and he told me he wished I was dead. That same day after school is when the accident happened. I was hit so hard, my shoes flew off my feet, my head cracked open, my face hanging by the corner of my right eye. Witnesses said I got up and tried walking home, but my dad held me down and wouldn't let me move till paramedics showed up. I have expandable metal mesh that grew with me, plastic surgery and a dead man's nose. I was told it was a drunk driver and he was eventually caught. I don't recall seeing anything from the other side. It was like sleeping and dreaming of nothing. I am dumb, and I did a perfect Olympic dive into a 4-foot swimming pool. I am not paralyzed, but I have a nice scare on my forehead. LOL. Don't drink and dive into swimming pools, kids. I agree with a lot of the people here. It was calmness that you will never experience in your lifetime. Guaranteed. Imagine that feeling of laying down in a comfy bed, but it's perfect, and you have no aches, no worries, and you feel like you could lay in that bed for eternity. Now take that and multiply it by infinity. And that's what death was like. It made me think of when I had my wisdom teeth taken out, and they give you anesthesia. I remember seeing the doctor, and then bam, nothing. After the nothing comes, it was just me in the form of some energy thing, I think. I saw other energy balls flying around, but we couldn't talk. Some were going, and some were staying. My view was somewhere in some galaxy. The ones that floated off, they all followed each other, and they were just slowly drifting off into blackness. It wasn't a bad blackness, I just knew I wasn't ready for that. So I went back towards the other people I am assuming that decided to stay. And then next thing I knew I was looking straight up on my back with my friends yelling. After they dragged me out of the pool, they said I was out for maybe 20 seconds. But it felt like 2 hours. And I actually tried to think about time when it first went black, but it was like I didn't know what that was. The thing that I liked the most was I was in total control of my thoughts. There was so much more in that blackness. I am actually looking forward to when the day comes. I am naturally a very curious person, and I wanted to see the blackness for myself. But I knew a decision had to be made. I came back because I didn't ever get to fulfill the one goal I had my entire life. I wanted to be a dad. This all happened when I was 20, and my first son was born this year. I am 27 now. I could be crazy, and this might all be in my head because that is pretty logical too. The weird thing is, before I left there, I said, before I go, can you show me what I would be missing out on? This was like a psychic message to something, and the response back was, you know, I can't show you. So I said, I'll ask differently. Would it be worth it to go back? The answer was, yes. Right after that, that's when I woke up. I've never been dead, but I once thought I was. It was still an interesting experience. I was skiing. I jumped or fell off a cliff in a small avalanche in the near side country, and was shallowly buried. Pro tip: side country is just back country where people might be able to watch you die from a lift. You are not safer. Get trained. Use safety gear. Don't be a dumbass like me. Anyway, after flipping through the air like a ragdoll and coming to my senses in utter blackness, I tried wiggling my fingers and toes and everything felt fine. No pain, just warmth and a little bit of euphoria, probably because I was hypoxic and full of adrenaline. So I naturally assumed I was dead. Having been a lifelong atheist, the evidence I faced being dead but experiencing consciousness was weird and interesting. But there was nothing to see, no sound, no nothing. It was boring. I started to wonder if I was in some kind of hell or purgatory, or if I was just in a pit and could climb or fly out. So, with the rules apparently gone, I decided to fly. Not knowing how to do that, I jumped as hard as I could. And I broke the surface, and there was a chairlift full of people nearby cheering as I climbed out and stood up. And this is the story of why my short attention span saved my life. I have also been briefly drowned, but all I had was a bad concussion and a month of very poor recall. Nothing like the legit stories here. My dad was in a coma for several months, and after he woke up, that was the first thing every one of his friends and relatives asked him. They are all very religious and were trying to get validation for an argument they had been having. Some believed in near-death experiences while others didn't. Anyways, the first day he went into the coma, the doctors said he was dead for about 2 minutes before they revived him. So because of that, this group of people started arguing that he was either off visiting heaven or hell, etc. However, when my dad woke up, and it was more than a month before he could speak and started talking again, they started bombarding him with questions. He said to them, I saw nothing. They interrogated him up one side and down the other, convinced he was lying and refused to believe that he did not have some sort of experience. He said it was like I was asleep, but peaceful, without dreaming. It was just 1 second I was home, and next, thing I know I am awake in the hospital with people telling me 2 months have passed. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't go anywhere or meet anyone. I didn't see any lights. The only thing I remember is thinking I want ice cream. Needless to say, they were incredibly disappointed. That happened in 2006, minus 11 years ago. And they still keep hounding him, convinced he lied to them and hiding some dark secrets from the other side. My heart stopped due to a massive bodily injury, but after I had been removed from ICU, don't know how long, I remember waking up and asking my dad why he had changed his shirt, and he said because the last time I had seen him it was the day before. Before that I remember waking up back in an ICU room I hadn't been in before and freaked out on the hospital staff and they had to sedate me. I remember having a vivid dream of standing on a dock on a misty lake. I couldn't see anything on the other side and I couldn't see land behind me. I had a sharp pain in my hand, and when I looked down there was a large bat biting my palm. So I crushed his head, which drove the teeth in and caused it to hurt more. When they told me I had died for a bit the day before, I was a little more messed up about it. The bat bite was probably one of several 4 sticks, though. My wife had an ectopic pregnancy that caused her right fallopian tube and ovary burst. We didn't even know she was pregnant. And one day she said she needed to lay down because she had serious cramps. She has a pretty high tolerance of pain. So when I checked on her and saw her face was white and she said she couldn't move, I knew it was bad. The ambulance took her just as she passed out. Turns out the egg was in between her ovary and fallopian tube, allowing it outgrow for nearly 10 weeks. While in surgery she coded twice and received 7 pints of blood. After she had recovered, I asked her what she remembered when she died. She was always obsessed with people's near-death experiences and watched the show I Survived Beyond and Back quite frequently, so I was excited to hear about her experience. Unfortunately, all she said was that she saw blackness, and she knew she had been laying in bed around 4 p.m. Saw blackness, woke up with tubes, looked at the wall clock which read 9 and she assumed that meant 9 p.m. But it was actually 9 a.m. the following day. She said it felt as though very little time had passed, and in that time she literally saw nothing but blackness. This isn't exactly what OP is asking for, but it was the moment just before I was in active labor, just waiting for water to break, when the doctor came in to suggest just going ahead breaking my water herself. The moment she does, I see a look of panic on everyone's face, and then everything turns super serious. She looks at me, tells me that on my next contraction I have to start pushing because my son already had his first bowel movement, so he was at risk of ingesting it. Well, I immediately start pushing and pushing and pushing, but turns out he was lodged. We didn't find that out until later. I had been pushing for so long, so hard, that with each following contraction I could literally feel the life draining from my body. I remember focusing on my husband to tell him I was sorry, and then all of a sudden peace. The whole time it had felt like I had been fighting my sleep, but once I gave in there was instant peace. I really can't communicate through text the calmness I felt, especially while just being in the worst pain of my life, but it was truly a state of bliss. This whole time I was in this state I wasn't aware of my body, memories, or surroundings, but somehow I knew that this was in fact death. Even though I was in a state of bliss at first, I was entering into a state of nothingness. The only way I know how to describe it is to imagine your consciousness just disappearing into a black hole. As you're entering this black hole you lose everything, no memories, thoughts, or even awareness. I felt like I was losing everything, and I didn't know if there was anything on the other side of this black hole, or this was truly the end of me. I could either come back, face the agony that was waiting for me here, or I could let go into nothingness, see where that leads me. Still to this day I don't know what it was that brought me back, but once I opened my eyes again they were preparing for an emergency C-section. He was perfectly healthy and had no problems from the meconium. I honestly thought I had just been dreaming, because the next few days I stayed passed out, but my husband told me what happened once I finally came to long enough. I've never shared this with anyone besides my husband, partially because it really messed with my head. Before I was terrified of death, but now I sort of welcome it. Even if my conscience disappears into nothing, there is nothing I've experienced in this life that compares to those moments near death. I can't help but wonder what, if anything, is on the other side of the seemingly black hole of death. I am very late to this thread, but I wanted to chime in with my story. When I was 15, a blood clot went through my brain and caused me to have a very major stroke during a church service. I don't think I died, but I know I came very close to death. From the sides I saw darkness enshrouding me, and slowly the world turned to black. I felt tired, but I wasn't sad, and I told my mom that I was tired, although she couldn't understand me. I tried to lay my head against her shoulder, but she realized something was wrong. Everything was dark, but I still remember what happened and I remember everything I saw. The whole church surrounded me and prayed, and I was put in a wheelchair and rushed to the car. There are a lot of elderly in that church, so they had a spare folding wheelchair in the back just in case. My dad drove so fast down the highway to get me to a very nice hospital while my mom sat in the back with me and tried to keep me from going to sleep. I wanted to sleep so bad. Before we got there, the world started to become bright and beautiful again. And I started talking about crazy things like how I wanted a pocket watch because old men carry them and they're cool. I did not want a pocket watch. My mind was completely back by the time we got to the hospital. By the end of the day I could walk again, and after a few months my arm was mostly recovered from the paralysis. I don't know what happens when we die, but we sure do have to walk down a really dark tunnel to get there. I guess it just wasn't my time yet, so I came back and haven't tried to return to that dark tunnel since. The doctors never found out why it happened. After that incident everyone tried to say how God had healed me, but I never met the guy. It was just dark. I lost my faith a few years later. Don't normally tell this, but I feel this is the right place. When I was 13 years old, living in rural Ireland, I was working in a chip shop 7 miles away down a long single-track road into the nearest town. One day I was going into town at night for a night riding my bike when I hear something behind me, consistently 3 times, so naturally I start pedaling as fast as possible and my heart just feels heavy as I get there. Think nothing of it until around 3 minutes of being there, my heart not calming down like it normally would. It just goes rapidly until I remember feeling really empty and scared and just falling to the ground feeling helpless and like I was going to die. And at that moment I just accepted death. I just remember people crowding round me. I slowly felt peaceful. Everything goes black with that image of when you rub your eyes too hard and see the patterns. I felt nor hungry or full, happy or sad, hot or cold. I was in a state of complete peace until I remember being in the hospital and the doctors saying I suffered from some type of ventricular fibrillation said to be caused by the stress on my heart and the scare. I am fine now, but it's a nice thing to have experienced. I died for a few minutes after a longboarding accident. I'd fractured my skull and had a ton of internal bleeding. My friends were with me during my accident and blood was pouring out of both my ears. Initially after my accident my friends said that I was fine, acting completely normally and having normal conversation. About a minute later I apparently just started screaming as loud as I could. After being rushed to the hospital I was declared dead as my heartbeat had stopped. Doctors said it was because of the heavy brain trauma since a large section of my brain got scraped very hard against my skull. I don't have any memory of my accident or being in the hospital for 7 days. I was in the ICU. The feeling, it's a feeling of peace. I didn't have any visualizations or flashbacks, but I just had immense quiet and peace. Imagine closing your eyes and you're just in this empty void. Every part of your body has this warm glow, not too cold and not too hot. There are no sounds, no distractions, no people. It's just you. You breathe at this regular pace, breathing and exhaling the perfect amount every time without effort. There is literally no struggle or any need for effort. That's the best way I can describe it. I was at a party. A guy I knew put ecstasy in my drink. It turns out the pill was laced with other stimulants. My heart went into overdrive. I remember being in the ambulance and being in a lot of pain. The nurses were having a hard time with the fourth. It was like a picture book was flipping and some of the pictures were black. I would get a glimpse of the doctors and nurses trying to help. Their voices sounded like they were underwater. I could not keep my eyes open. Then I was gone. It is terribly difficult to describe. It felt as if I was no longer in my normal form. The place I was visiting was new and overwhelming. The combination of being in a foreign form, in a foreign environment, shocked me into realizing I was no longer alive. One of the more obvious changes was how my perception of time shifted. It was as if time was not a factor. I was sucked back into the hospital bed after an interaction. I was exhausted and once more had a hard time keeping my eyes open. I fell asleep before I could process what had happened. When I woke up, a friend was sitting next to me. I immediately asked him if he knew how long I was dead. He was confused and asked me how I knew I had died. It really freaked him out. I told him I went somewhere. He confirmed I was clinically dead and brought back. The other side almost seems to require a new set of senses and perception in order to be experienced. This makes it difficult to describe. It is different from dreaming and waking life. I didn't die, but I did drown. I had to have CPR, coughed up lots of water. I don't recall any of it. All I remember was going in the pool 1 minute without my floaties and waking up to a shocked mother the next. I have no memory of what happened or what process I went through in between going in and waking up. They only realized I was at the bottom of the pool after my older sister, 5 at the time, started laughing hysterically and telling my mom I looked like a fish. A minute later, after waking up, they offered me a milkshake and everyone at the pool party went home. I've been ruining parties since I was 4. Although I don't remember it, I have repetitive dreams where I am falling off my bed and into water. Kinda like when people have dreams of falling off of high places that make them jerk in their sleep. Yeah, that, but I am falling into water. TLDR, I drown. The only reason I am still alive is because my sister, though I looked like a fish and thought it was hilarious. A little late to this, but here it goes. About 6 years ago I had an interesting experience. I had drank an entire bottle of sake and had some friends over. Spice, the synthetic weed that was later outlawed because people died, was all the rage. So I went out to the gazebo to smoke spice with friends. We passed the spice blunt around 3 times. I, naively, thought that spice was weaker than weed, so I took 9 hits throughout this. I remember feeling giggly and then my vision started to collapse in itself. I can't really explain it, kind of like an older TV with no signal. After that I remember being extremely sleepy, but I didn't want to sleep. Every time I would close my eyes, I would fall down. The world would go black. Below me was a woman. She wasn't seen, heard or felt, but I know she was there. She communicated to me, this world isn't real anymore. At least not to you. It's time to come with me. She wasn't threatening, mean, or scary. She was rather warm and inviting. However, I wasn't ready to leave, so I remember panicking. Every time I would open my eyes, I was back in life. I remember looking at my friends and focusing on my GF at the time, just concentrating like hell. Sheer force of will. I later would come to and vomit violently 4 times. My friends said I just sat there with a crazed, bulgy-eyed, pissed off look on my face. They had no clue what I was experiencing. I didn't understand what it all meant for a long time until I started hearing the reports about people dying after using spice. I remember sleeping off the rest of the night and saying to my GF and friends, I am just so glad you're real. I wouldn't say it was scary. I just sure as shit wasn't ready to leave this world. PS, sorry if format ends up weird. Mobile. I will start by saying that I won't go into the circumstances of how I became clinically dead, and leave it at that. I went from being in an awake and aware state to experiencing nothing. No tunnel of light, no voices of people from my past. I didn't even have a sense of self. It wasn't like sleep, because even a dreamless sleep has a sense of a passage of time. The nothing I felt did not include a passage of time. Then it did have a sense of time. Then pain and awareness followed. That lack of an awareness of self is when I suspect that I was actually dead. The only reasons I am aware of that nothing is because there was a time before it, and a time after it. The lack of continuity is the only way I have an ability to even be aware that I experienced it. I've always surmised that had the nothing not been ended, my awareness in my life would have ended permanently when my conscious awareness ended. I do not expect to experience anything but the nothingness at the end of my existence, the final time it happens. As my vision faded, I just remember feeling superb. It was a feeling so content it's hard to express in words. It happened very fast though, just to fade into blackness. My friend was there and she did CPR until my boyfriend came and gave me some naloxone and threw me in a bathtub, which he of course now knows is not a good thing to do. I remember opening my eyes but nothing was processing. I couldn't hear for a bit, then my ears started ringing. Then after what felt like forever, but what I understand was only a few minutes, it was like all of a sudden I understood what was happening and the ringing in my ears stopped. They made me walk for a while until the naloxone kicked in more. The worst thing of all is I just remember feeling almost a regret that I was alive. I was not in withdrawal or anything. It wasn't on purpose. Heroin I got had fentanyl in it. Quite a few of his buyers dead. I just had this feeling of content when it happened, and now that I was awake and coherent it was gone. But I remembered the feeling. Sober for almost 3 years now. Very thankful to say the least. Still chasing that feeling though. I still have no idea if I was just dreaming or not, but I have intensely vivid memories of dying after being hit in the chest so hard it knocked me out. I was blindsided by a sociopath who lowered his shoulder and slammed into my chest during a game of flag football when I was in grade school. I remember the impact, but don't recall any pain. Time was suddenly different somehow. I remember looking up at the power lines and seeing electricity moving through them. I then remember feeling a sense of urgency and I glanced down at my body. I saw the entire class and the P coach in a circle, all leaning over staring at me, lying on the ground with my eyes closed. Everything kind of shifted gears all at once and I remember sitting straight up and breathing really deeply. The coach asked me if I was okay, and all I said was, "Could you see me?" As I got older I became very interested in physiological psychology and near-death experiences. I know that a lot of scientific consensus says this was just my brain firing and maybe I was really just dreaming after I was knocked unconscious, but I remember being in that state for what seemed like a very long time, and I remember how worried my coach seemed when I came to. I like to think I am a well-grounded and rational person, but this is probably the most vivid memory I have prior to high school. I have talked to a lot of people about it, and most are fairly dismissive or think I am just joking around. I've also been asked a lot of questions, like whether or not I saw a tether to my physical body or heard anything. I didn't see, nor was I really looking for anything. I honestly thought I was hit hard and just sort of reeling from the impact. The scariest thing to me after the fact was how I perceived time. What literally felt like seconds to glance up and down was actually nearly 5 minutes of me lying on that field unconscious. Edit May. I edit all my comments after I post and reread them. Always something spelled wrong or unclear sentence structure. I was 13 at the time and it's honestly really hard to explain. I was sitting in my room listening to music, when suddenly a black scorpion stabbed me with its tail. I had a severe allergic reaction, and it was several minutes before my parents came in to check now on me. The damn thing kept stabbing me over and over. I was dead for a solid 8 minutes. This story is also why I'm afraid to die. By the way, it wasn't a light at the end of a tunnel, or memories flashing like everyone assumes it would be. I'll explain the best I can, but I felt like I was nowhere. Just an empty space. I didn't see anything, not even a color. That's a weird feeling to not even be seeing colors, only blankness. Every single thing I knew, remembered, thought, everything was gone. I knew and felt nothing. It's like looking at foreign spelling, and having no clue what it says, except, that's everything. I just sat there in empty space for what felt like years. If I had remembered how to count, I think it would have been even days. I just floated there, in nothingness. I felt a huge source of pain still where the scorpion stabbed me, but I couldn't comprehend it as pain. Right before I revived felt like waking up after a 15-hour nap. I felt a bold stinging on my chest and stomach, and I was suddenly in a hospital room with a bunch of faces, doctors staring at me. All the memories came flooding back, and I was terrified. I passed out from fear, and then woke up in a hospital bed with a huge bruise-like bump on my side. It was by far the scariest thing I've ever experienced. I never want to die. This experience is what inspired me to start studying to be a doctor. I drowned when I was 12. I was dead for around 2 minutes. I remember it vividly. I panicked, the instinctive drowning response, which by the way you should look up so you don't drown in the future, and gradually passed out. I sort of lost my senses one by one. There were no conscious thoughts in my head. I'd gone fully automatic. My hearing went, and then my sight went blanket white and then black as my brain was starved of oxygen. The rest doesn't really feel like memories. It's like that period of time just never happened, which I guess for me it didn't, but when I think back to it I think of strange lights, sort of like when you rub your eyes really hard. Only comparable experience I've had since was a few years ago when I got a concussion. Same thing. Senses went one by one, except my vision stayed blanket white. It eventually returned to normal when a girl poured water down my throat. Needless to say, I thought I was dying again. Not fun at the time, but in hindsight it's a ducking amazing experience, crazier than any drug. I haven't died before, but I do know someone whose cousin's heart stopped for 2 minutes before he was revived. I am going to tell it exactly like that person told my friend who told me. There is no other side. There isn't even blackness. There's nothing. Open one of your eyes, but close the other. Notice how you don't see black, but you just straight up see nothing with the eye that's closed. Imagine doing that with both eyes at the same time. No light, no black, just nothing. Not sure if I was actually dead, but I used to have really bad migraines and no neurologists or doctors in my area had any clue why. They tried injecting something in the back of my head. I was fine, and then I apparently passed out for like 2 minutes. I felt like it wasn't just passing out though. It felt different. The thing is, I live with depression, anxiety, etc. I have never felt happy for as long as I can remember, but those few minutes I was out, I felt so peaceful. And all I remember is having literally a crowd of people standing in front of me, not in real life, didn't know any of them though. but it's sad to say that's the best I've felt in my life. When I was like dead, doctor did come out and apparently a whole lot of blood drained from my head. Not sure since I wasn't listening because I was very weak afterwards, but that's my experience. Nobody has really been able to explain it otherwise. My cousin accidentally hit me in the head with a massive log. He was trying to lift it, lost balance, and I was sitting right at the impact zone. I remember the noise of bone cracking and blood. After that, I remember my cousin begging me to not fall asleep. There was a lot of darkness. Suddenly light. A group of people in a room talking in a corner. Everyone seemed made of light. The next thing I remember, I was in my room. My head seemed healed, apart from a patch where my hair had been shaved, but no cut. Just scar tissue. I assume a lot of time had passed, but my mom don't really talk about it. There's no other side, as far as I know. Travel with me, not literally. I wouldn't recommend it seeing how it ended to 1 year 2 months ago. I open my eyes, you never realize you're sleeping when you sleep, right? And I see a weird ceiling, dismiss it as weird dream, and attempt to fall back asleep while dreaming. Logic. Minutes pass, maybe more. Ceiling is still there. I don't realize anything else. Like I can only stare at that ceiling and think, but I don't try to move or anything. Cut 2 hours later, my mom is next to me. She fills me and I crashed my motorcycle into a car 2 days earlier, and I am in a hospital. I start realizing I am all casted and tubed, which I haven't noticed it in the slightest for the first hours for some reason. How do you notice having tubes in your mouth? Well, apparently I crashed on June 5th. I arrived to the hospital still awake, and then they either drugged me to keep me calm or I passed out for 2 days. But that's it. Like sleeping without dreams. And then you wake up and can't remember the last hours before the crash. My last memories are up to 2 hours before that moment. I still don't remember going out with my bike at all, let alone the accident. Sucks. Yes, but there's pure nothingness. I might not have been clinically dead, true, but I was a code red that barely made it through, so it kinda counts, right? This may not classify as I died on the operation table, under the effects of anesthesia, but when I was about 5 or 6 my parents were packing the house up into their truck to move. At the same time the neighbors were making trips back and forth unpacking as they moved in. I remember wanting to skateboard in our driveway and getting yelled at for being in the way while they loaded a truck. I realized we hadn't seen the neighbors leave their house in a while, so I decided I would skate in their driveway instead. Being a 5 or 6 year old, I was shorter than the front end of the truck they were using, so he probably couldn't see me in front. So he gets in, cranks the truck up, and starts to pull out of the driveway. Only, there was a dumb kid in his way and he ended up knocking me down and running me over. My leg got pinned between the concrete and tire since he was going so slow, and the tire just dragged my leg down the driveway. I remember lifting my head up to a bunch of screaming and crying, looking over and seeing a hole torn into the side of my knee and passing back out. Everything after that, as it usually is a blur, but the doctors told my parents that they lost me mid-operation, but they were thankfully able to bring me back. So as I said before, I am not sure if this qualifies since I was put under, but if it felt like anything, it was just like peacefully going to sleep, except I woke back up eventually. It happened again down the line on a follow-up surgery as well, only this time caused by administering too much anesthesia. Honestly forgot about this for the longest time. I just had that damn that happened moment, but yay, 19 years old and my heroin addiction just started to take hold of me. Got a nice chunk of change and said duck it and bought a gram. Got to the spot and a few people I knew were there and they kept bugging me for some. I didn't like them. I am pretty sure they ducked me over in some way, I don't know, but they kept annoying me, so being the prick I used to be, I kept saying yay, hold up, give me a second. Dumped all it out and railed it in one go. Last thing I remember is telling this guy I am going to lay down. Then nothing. Black. This is what I was told. Dude stopped me, told me I need to stay awake, and I guess I told him I was going for a walk. I made it probably 10-20 feet and went down in the parking lot. I don't know if you know what rock bottom looks like, but it's a little something like this. So here I am dying out back in the parking lot of my dope dealer's place in a dirty ass rundown part of town, and my buddies drive by. I don't know why whatever's looking over me saved me, but it did, because they're the reason I'm alive. Anyway, they got me in the car, did CPR until I was breathing again, and this is where they ducked up and almost really killed me. They didn't take me to the hospital, I don't know why, but they just didn't. I guess it was a better idea to break into my parents' house and drag me to my bed and leave me. Great friends, right? This is where I probably really was dead. But around 6 p.m. the next day my mom checked on me. I was white as a ghost, not breathing, and didn't have a pulse, so she realizes I am ducked, calls an ambulance, says a prayer, stays by me for a minute and walks upstairs. This is where my memory comes back. I woke up to what felt like heart attack. My heart's pumping again. I am gasping for air and trying to move, but my body feels heavy as duck, and I probably have the intelligence of a newborn infant. I remember my mom trying to talk to me and I kept saying I don't know a bunch of times. Then I am in the hospital staring blankly at a wall. Then I am back in my bed. The time lapse stucks with me thinking about it because I am assuming I was there for more than a few days. But yay, I read someone talking earlier in the thread about recovering from lack of oxygen and having no heartbeat, and yay, it's its own special kinda hell. Sounds weird, but I feel like I have memory of parts of all that, and part of me doesn't believe it actually happened. I don't know, hard to explain. So to answer the question, it was black. Didn't really suck actually, I guess. Waking up did. Didn't bang 72 virgins at the pearly gates or burn in hell, just black. I would say physically I've always been a little bit screwed. I have a weekend heart and bones, so that's made some days tough, but I've always had that. Spiritually, yes. At first I was upset to be back and confused. Why me? Why take me? Then jolt me back to this wretched reality. The more I sat on the thought, the more I realized because my purpose for this world wasn't done yet. Since then I have tried to be more positive in life and relaxed. I've had many people say how much light I carry with me. It means a lot to me. I want to be better and achieve the best version of myself that I can. This experience helped me realize that. Thank you for the questions. Always interesting to go back and think about the dark times. I have a lot of health problems and I have been in life or death situations and needed life-saving emergency treatment too many times to count. A few months ago, I got really sick and felt myself about to pass out. I fell to the ground and was lying on the floor and couldn't move or see anything, and knew I needed to get someone else in the house attention or I was going to die. I tried banging on the floor with my hand but just couldn't do any more than that, and I went to sleep. Everything turned really bright white and I felt like I was floating. I felt so calm, peaceful, happy, comfortable, safe, and loved. It seemed to happen slowly, but I was only unconscious for a few minutes. All of a sudden, I felt like I had a choice to keep fighting and live or to let myself go and die. I knew that if I chose to die, my loved ones were there waiting and would help me the rest of the way. But I knew I had to make the decision before I could see them, and wasn't allowed to yet but it would influence my decision. I felt like there wasn't time to really think about it, but I obviously chose to live and then immediately woke up. My mom was standing over me and trying to talk to me and was asking me what she needed to do. She said I looked so pale and white, like there was no blood in my body, and she thought I was dead. My blood pressure was the lowest it's ever been, 50/30, so it was hard to talk or move, but I was able to tell her what medications I needed and felt better within a few minutes of getting my 4 rescue meds. It makes me sad to think about it now because I feel like I didn't really have a chance to really think about what decision to make. That part happened so fast. I just feel disappointed in the decision I made, and if I ever have the chance to choose again, I think I would choose to die. I am not suicidal. I am just very sick. In my mid-20s and have been sick for 10 years. With a rare and incurable disease that makes me life miserable, and I wish I would have made the other choice because I am sick of what I have to go through every day. Again, not suicidal. Throughout my life I've had 3 open heart surgeries. One when I was 8 weeks old, when I was 9 years old, and finally 2 years ago when I was 17. Due to the delicate nature of heart surgery, I was clinically dead for around 45 minutes for each surgery as they fiddled around with my aortic valve. What do I remember of being dead? Absolutely nothing. But not in the sense that something happened and I just can't remember it. More to the point was that nothing happened. It wasn't like existing in a different state of being. It was simply not existing for a period of time. While I am not sure whether this was because I was under anesthetic, it probably was, but it certainly changed how I view death. I now see it as something far more permanent. After life there is simply nothing. Your person just stops existing the moment you are dead. There's nothing to look forward to once you die. No afterlife, no amazing spiritual plane of existence. But I don't necessarily see this as a bad thing. Instead, it's a reason to enjoy life and to do whatever I can to live it to its fullest. Yes, this perspective can be quite depressing at times. Knowing that there's no real purpose for anything because we're just going to stop existing one day and there'll be no result or reward from that existence. But you can take this knowledge as a motivation to be the best person you possibly can. What's the point of holding grudges or fighting other people if none of that will matter after you have died? Use your time to make sure that everyone else's time is as enjoyable as possible and live life to the fullest, because there's only so much time that you have available to you. I apologize if what I've said has caused offense for religious reasons or whatever. I should also apologize for how lengthy and philosophical this comment had become. These are simply my views and what I've learned from my experiences. Are they 100% correct and accurate? I have no idea. They're simply what I've learned through my experiences and how I feel about death as a consequence of them. 12 years old and had uncontrolled and misdiagnosed type 1 diabetes. Died for a short amount of time. Parents won't actually tell me how long. I was literally walking through a dark tunnel with a bright white light at the end. The light wasn't calming though. It was harsh. As I neared the end, I saw my dead grandma standing there with open arms. I looked at her and said, "You're ducking dead," then turned around and walked away. What I said wasn't meant to be mean to her. It was just a statement of truth. It's really the only thing I remember from that night, other than seeing some of the lights on the ceiling of the hospital hallway as I was wheeled towards the emergency room on a gurney. My next memory was waking up early in the morning with my uncle talking to my dad at the foot of my bed, telling my dad I should have died the night before. My uncle was the president of a different hospital in the city at the time. I was 5 years old when this night occurred. It was first time my heart condition came to fruition. Had the paramedics not arrived fast enough, who knows what would have happened to me. Basically, I had a condition with my fight or flight response where there was a third option, which was okay, I'm brain, and according to this current situation we can neither fight or flight successfully, so let's just end the heart right here and call it quits. Yeah, you read that right. My condition was caused by my own neurological signals and stress. The more stressful a situation, the more likely for me dying to occur. It was January 5th, the night of my then best friend's birthday, who I was next door neighbors with. After his party I walked home and was almost to my door when I stopped. I stopped and felt compelled to look up at the stars. I don't know why, or how, but it just felt right doing that. I opened the door to my home after some not so seemingly existential stargazing and walk inside. I closed the door behind me and Clint Eastwood's $1 Million Baby is on the television. It's at the scene where she gets beat the shit out of in slow motion. For some reason my brain too decided to take that scene as an extreme stress signal, with the blood flying and the people's faces wrenching. I immediately felt the weakest I've ever felt, like as if I just popped 10 Xanax and they all kicked in at once, reducing my muscle capacity to mush. I became human mashed potatoes, a sack of flesh that couldn't even lift its own arm. I was insanely weak. What we didn't realize after I collapsed on the ground is that my heart had completely stopped. I turned white, like I looked just like a dead body. My lips turned blue, as did my ears and eyelids and other edges of my face. I was a corpse that could speak soft whispers into a crying mother's ears. Then I faded to black completely. This was the moment where my eyes rolled back into my skull. There is nothing but me here. I can feel something cold washing up over me, starting at my fingers and toes, slowly working its cold grasp up my body. Only I have no body. Am I just a floating though? Where am I? Why can't I see, hear, feel, smell, taste, but still think? How is this possible? Where's Jesus? Why is it getting so cold in here? That was the moment the coldness had completely wrapped around my body, like a human squeezing a mouse with all they could. I was being constricted by the cold void. Whatever was constricting me made me feel like I was being wringed like a rag. I felt the warmth of life drip away from my own. What was it? Soul, mind. I was a die-hard little Christian boy who thought I would see some resemblance of God or his son, of which I saw nothing of. No voices from the light. How there was no light or warmth at all. No golden brick road or a majestic gate with an old man standing at it. It was an abyss. A cold, dark abyss that consumed the warmth of life and had no remorse for it. Then I woke up. 2 paramedics were standing over me who had just successfully jump-started my heart. I was officially dead for around 6-8 minutes, I think. But there wasn't really any amount of measurable time spent in that void. When we're alive out in the world, it's easy to forget about time, but it's always around us. The sun or moon in the sky, the neighborhood lights turning off, the flicker of a clock on your phone screen. There is time everywhere around us, and even when we're not paying attention to it, we have a sense of it. This void had no such feeling. To be honest, I don't know if I was there for a single second or an hour or days. I told my mother in the ambulance ride that I had saw Jesus and he told me everything was going to be okay, which was a lie. If you've been feeling suicidal lately, I just want you to know that I believe we're only given one chance at this life, and any form of existence in this life is better than being there in that cold and dark void. I never met my friend's grandmother, but from what I heard, her time leading up to death was interesting. She'd often describe a place in the distance she could barely see, but she was just in her hospital bed. Each vision, the place was closer. Eventually it became a house, a beautiful house, as it was described to me by my friend, on top of a green, grassy hill with gardens clutching its outer walls. The week before her death she was able to describe the inside of the house. She also, as it was explained, was not alone. In her vision she would see dead relatives, some recognized, some not, and they were feasting. One of the final visions depicted baskets, each unique, of different size and make. After she died, a clay frog given to my friend by her fell and shattered inexplicably. My great-grandmother had a similar vision, but I have forgotten the precise details as this was from my early years. I remember something about a task after death, and tasks before death, though I don't remember a whole lot honestly. I was crushed by a horse and was OD'd during the flight evac and at the hospital on morphine, fentanyl, and several other drugs. Because of the severity of the pain they kept giving me more. I remember drifting off to sleep from the meds in just pure black. There was nothing. I didn't see a bright light, at least not that I can remember. I remember waking up incredibly vividly as I shot straight up and knocked into two doctors that were doing CPR on me. I was restrained because I couldn't control my body and started to have a seizure. I would have died there if my mom didn't notice my face going blue even though I had oxygen being pumped into me. I remember throwing up into myself, with shaking, and then it's black again. I woke up and my parents were alone and crying, but they knew I hadn't died and it had been explained that I had been almost fatally overdosed while in medical care. There had been defib paddles charged and ready, and there was a third doctor ready to puncture my throat to feed an oxygen tube. I don't remember the third doctor at all. I had 2 days of high amounts of drugs in the ICU, then 7 days of intubation, medically induced coma, then another 6 days of being all sorts of ducked up on the massive cocktail of drugs they had me on while I came back to becoming completely lucid. During the intubation they had decided that all had been done, had brought the chaplain in to do last rites on me, and had my better half and my parents set up my funeral arrangements. Then I started to show improvement, all around 3 hours before they were set to turn me off, all due to cerebral hemorrhaging which lead to strokes. I didn't see the other side or have any visits with an extra-dimensional beings, but I do have 2 weeks of very vivid memories of strange and bizarre shit going down in an Arkham Asylum meets Silent Hill type situation as I suffered from a severe case of ICU delirium. I used to love horror films, grew up on M. Knew teen about M. Nowadays not so much. Can't watch M. Tried to play the evil within when I got out because I was told video games would help my brain heal, and all I saw was my memories from the hospital. Now I don't sleep, and when I do, I usually wake in nightmares. It was peaceful. I was 4 and I died learning how to swim during swim lessons because for some reason I hadn't thought to hold my breath when I jumped in the pool. I remember inhaling a ton of water and feeling all this pressure in my body, and then suddenly everything was peaceful and warm. I was looking up at the top of the water, which was a sharp aqua blue and white haze. As I sunk further into the water, a few things flashed in my head, like feeling disappointed I'd missed some play dates, but whatever state I was in was really nice and I couldn't imagine leaving. At some point my mother had dove in and pulled me out, and I was declared dead for a couple minutes. I don't remember anything after that really. So whatever is on the other side, I think death will nice, just a different kind of nice than what we experience while living. I have never clinically died, but I thought I would share an experience that seems to line up with a lot of testimonies here. I've toyed with hallucinogens here and there, mostly LSD, and I can tell you that that experience in itself can be very jarring, beautiful, enlightening, scary, and peaceful all at the same time. The first time I did LSD at a time when I shouldn't have, mentally not in a good place, stressed, anxiety, depressed, and full of self-doubts and life struggles. I had a rough bad trip. When I started to peak, I got immediately very confused, as if I had forgotten that I had taken LSD, and I felt like my mind began to slip from my conscious body as it tends to do when you peak on more than a single hit of LSD. In my confusion, I began to pace and repeat to my friends over and over, "Something's wrong with me. Something's wrong with me. I don't know what is happening to me. My brain feels weird. I need to go to the hospital. It feels like my brain is shutting off." I went into my room and laid down in my bed, and felt like my vision was fading and my consciousness was slipping, but my brain was still active. This was terrifying, given that I was confused and had essentially forgotten I took any LSD due to the anxiety stress preoccupying my mind. I genuinely thought I was dying, while my vision faded into kind of a blurry white-gray, and my body felt like it was becoming weaker and weaker. I was genuinely scared, but also at peace with my own death. It was such a bizarre feeling. When I snapped out of that about 10 minutes later and realized what was actually happening, not dying, I realized that it was both beautiful and unsettling how at peace I was when confronted with my own mortality. Even though I've feared death all my life, it sort of haunts me to this day in an almost traumatic way. Having had to face death and come to terms with my life ending so unexpectedly, even though I wasn't actually dying, but it is also a reassuring feeling, and I fear death a little less now. TLDR: took acid, had a bad trip, thought I was dying. Had to come to terms with my own mortality. Was surprisingly at peace once I accepted that I couldn't fight death. I must have been 9 or so around the time, and I was at my dad's house, who lives in the middle of bumheck nowhere. I was playing with the dog, and the next thing I know something bites me. All I can remember is feeling like my leg was dipped in acid. I eventually realized to get the hell out of Dodge and book it to the main house. I get there and my dad is yelling at my brother. I am seeing spots and I can't really make out what they are saying to each other. Eventually the ambulance shows up and puts me in the bed thing. Apparently I went into cardiac arrest and my heartbeat eventually died out. I was dead for a solid 7 minutes. It was nothing but black and empty. It felt like I was there for days, hell even months. Really sucked, and had me woke as heck for a 10-year-old. I wasn't even mad that it was just blackness. I was mad that the doctor ripped my favorite Hannah Montana shirt to revive me. Here I am 7 years later with no Hannah Montana shirt and a scar on my leg and right nipple to prove there is no God. When I was much younger, 12 years old, I died from a full cardiac arrest. This was at a high school football American game. I can only remember flashes of memories from a few hours before until 2 weeks after the incident. Riding in the back of our truck to the game, sitting in the stands with my mom, and how annoying the opposing team's chant was. Eagles, thump thump Skyline, thump thump, congrats Skyline in Salt Lake City. Your chant was able to pierce the veil of death. I remember a lot of black which quickly enclosed like a shell into a tunnel. The tunnel itself was made of metal and looked exactly like the tunnel from Bespin where Luke ends up. I don't think my mind could comprehend what it was seeing, so it filled in the gaps as best it could. The feeling was awesome though. Unless you have seen it, there really are no words to describe it. I think this is because I cannot convey the emotions and feelings to you. They are very intense. I was dead with no heartbeat for a little over 4 minutes. This caused massive problems later with memory loss and other brain damage. My mother said I was literally crazy for about 2 weeks after this. I was constantly talking to the monk in the corner, that my cat was being tortured in the next room, that my mother had 3 eyes. I was a loon. On the bright side, I had a full-page article in both schools' yearbooks that year, so I got that going for me, which is nice. I was 12 and very sick. I had a very high fever and remember going in the hospital and people visiting me and watching a lot of TV back when MTV and VH1 played music videos. Other than that I remember nothing. Years later my mom apparently told me the rest of the story, that my heart stopped and had to be defibrillated 2 times. No memories of it. The really weird part for me was that I don't have any memory of her telling me about the story. My wife told about the story my mother told me and it finally sunk in. It's strange how the brain can block things out. It sounds like defibrillated isn't the correct medical method. I'll just say here I was revived or resuscitated. I am leaving it up top as that's how my mind filled in the gaps when I was later told about being told the story. I died twice in an ambulance while being transported from a motorcycle accident. The last thing I remember was my face hitting the hood of a car at 60 miles per hour, no helmet, and then waking up in the emergency room at the hospital. I say twice in an ambulance, but it's my understanding that I was actually dead when the ambulance arrived and then I died on the way to the hospital. The time between the accident and the hospital is nothing. I mean absolutely nothing. My uncle was a heavy drug user and overdosed on many occasions. He had to be revived on only 1 occasion, and on this moment, he quit his drug use cold turkey. He was gone for a full 2 minutes. All brain activities shut down, along with the rest of his body. He told me that the only thing he could remember was sitting at a picnic table at this park that was behind the house where he was raised. The only good place in his memory. He was sitting there with someone that he knew he loved, but that he didn't know who it was. He said he just spoke to them, but has no idea what was said. Only that the person said, "I'll see you later, remember me." Then after this, he was revived. Now that I think about it, he was a little crazy and still is, but I wouldn't think he would lie about this. And I mean, he was dead, so who knows? Thank you all for the supportive replies and messages. My story is extreme but unfortunately not uncommon today. Addiction is a disease that does not discriminate. It affects people young and old, poor and rich, from all walks of life. all over the world. It is currently an epidemic. If you or someone you know is struggling with alcohol and/or other drugs, please reach out and ask for help. Recovery is possible but not in isolation. I have personally had success with therapy, residential rehab, intensive outpatient, support groups, and AA. If you are overwhelmed and need help with a starting point, please message me. Also, thank you for my first ever gold from you, beep bloop bloop. I stopped breathing in my mother's minivan. She swerved into the fire station of my little hometown we were thankfully right next to. I still can't believe the luck of that. If we had been on the highway I would probably be dead. She's trained in CPR and pulled me out of the car, she says, frantically pumping my chest and yelling like a maniac until the firefighters took over. She brought them cookies every week for a year after that. Anyway, on my side there was nothing. I remember being in the car. I was only dead a minute or so at most, but all of that and the coma that follows was a heavy sense of crushing nothingness. I remember coming out of the coma vaguely. I knew my sister was there at one point. She never, ever visits us and I hadn't seen her in years. I remember hearing her voice but I was all connected to tubes. I knew it was life or death serious if she showed up. There was a respirator and a feeding tube and a catheter and several IVs. Also all 4 limbs were strapped down. I guess when people wake up from comas it's a natural reaction to yank out their tubes, which can complicate shit, so they restrain you. I was mostly out of it, but in that day I was waking up I remember feeling immense shame and fear. This was all my fault because I am an alcoholic and I had been going this way for a while. It was just supposed to be a quiet relapse that no one would know about. Well, now everyone knew. Anyway, the minute or so I was dead I do not remember. I didn't have any spiritual experience. Unfortunately, I had always been curious about this. I didn't overdose on purpose, but I had fantasized about finding out what was on the other side without fully committing to it. The reality of that was of course terrifying. Being strapped down and 6 doctors or nurses telling you not to breathe while they pull out the giant bulky machine that's been pumping your lungs for you for days. It was instinct. I took a breath. I aspirated on my own vomit and got a lung infection. I couldn't speak or yell and I heard them closing the curtains and telling my mom to leave the room. I heard them mention sepsis. I know that's very, very bad. I heard them mention my fever spiking. I could not accept the fact that I might die soon and I could not say anything to my family who were right behind that curtain. They pumped me full of propofol, Michael Jackson's fatal drug, and put me back on the respirator. Later I woke up for good. Only mom was there. I wanted to tell her how sorry I was, how upset I was that this all happened, that I caused so much chaos again. I had broken her and I knew I could not repair her at all. But I was on oxygen and my lungs weren't strong enough to say anything but small squeaks here and there. She was so relieved, but as soon as she knew I'd be okay she was livid. I deserved that, but I knew things would never be the same. My family hardly speaks to me anymore, but I am 16 months sober, so there's that. Overall dying, reviving, coma, sepsis 0-10 do not recommend. In rehab they told me God saved me. Hey, maybe, but I didn't see any God. My mom saved my life by swerving into that fire station and doing CPR on her drunk-ass loser daughter. I don't think many people would be able to do that. I don't know that I would be strong enough to do that. I did not have a spiritual experience, but I did realize there are some extraordinary people looking after me. I was 22 at the time, and I had only started drinking at 19. For perspective, I have 4 alcoholic grandparents and an alcoholic dad. I believe that genetics, my already shaky mental health upbringing, my own selfish behaviors led to such a rapid descent. I know this will get buried, but whatever. I attempted suicide a few months ago. I was hanging myself in my garage. I get the rope ready, put on some music, stand on some cinder blocks, secure the rope around my neck. Then I send a few texts and kick down the cinder block tower. Bop. I am dangling above the concrete floor. My first thought was, what the duck am I doing? It then progressed into, how do I get down? How do I get down? Faster and faster, until I forgot how I got up. There, I kept reaching for the ground, but I couldn't understand why it was so far away. My thoughts became more sparse. My vision began stuttering, darker and darker, until the deepest blackness imaginable. Then it was just peace. I felt calmer than I ever had before. I felt happy, like it was purely a blissful experience. After that came the light. It wasn't a solid white light, it was like headlights in heavy fog, driving fast right at me. I felt my stress and anxiety rushing back. Happiness drained from my body. I was awake, but it was like a dream. I slowly regained proper consciousness over the next few days and I had the shakes extremely bad for the next week. My rope had snapped, and because of that I am alive. Edit. Thank you everyone for your well wishes. I am trying to reply to everyone, but that might take me a little while. Writing this out put me in a similar mindset to when it happened. Edit 2.0. I have received professional help in the past, but every single time I try and get help, they try and stuff me full of pills. I am not ever going to rely on medication to fix me. I would rather feel the way I do sometimes than be a zombie. I have tried the medication that they had prescribed for me, but it made me not me, if that makes sense. I've never told this story, so here it goes. I died for a very short period due to a drug overdose. Before passing out, all I remember is lying on my bathroom floor sweating profusely. That's when my roommate found me and called an ambulance. I had stopped breathing a few minutes before they arrived, then shortly after my heart stopped. Thankfully they were able to revive me. I don't remember anything about the dying part or the hospital stay. It's what happened when I got home that I remember well, because it freaked me the hell out. You see, a few weeks prior I had burned a quarter-size hole in my couch armrest with my cigarette while playing video games, but now the hole was gone like it never happened. The night I originally burned it, I had a few friends over and we did our best to make the burn hole as least noticeable as possible. But there's only so much you can do. I lived with the hole for weeks, picking it every time I sat in that spot. Anyways, when I first noticed it was gone, I thought I was having a psychiatric breakdown. Did someone come in and switch out my couch? I couldn't wrap my head around it. I know it's such a small inconsequential thing, but it's such a strange feeling to be so sure of something happening and yet there is no proof it ever existed. So I asked all my friends if they remembered, and of course no one did. So I moved on, though always thinking about how strange that was. About 2 or so weeks later I was sitting in the same spot playing video games while smoking a cigarette, and wouldn't you know it, I burned a hole in the exact same spot as I'd remembered from before. Needless to say, I was more than little freaked out by this. Unfortunately for me, this one has yet to disappear. I posted this a long while back, so you may have read it before. What I remember is a vast nothingness. It's hard to describe, as we're always surrounded by something wherever we go. Suddenly in this vast nothing was a blinding pinprick of light that got larger. Either I was moving towards it, or it was moving towards me. As it got closer, what appeared to be a single light resolved into first one, then several, then millions upon millions of stars of all shapes, sizes, and colors, along with tons of nebulae. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. As I approached the center, it seemed like I was joining a universal consciousness of being made up of the thoughts, emotions, and experience of everyone and everything that had ever lived. I am sure it was all just a hallucination brought on by the trauma I had suffered the few days, combined with my heart breathing stopping. But there's a part of me that hopes that what I saw is what really happens when we die. I was in a coma for a few days and died for 3 minutes. The coma itself was completely empty, no sense of time, no blackness, nothing. Every so often I would come to a little bit and saw brief hazy flashes of scenes of a visitor. They lived out of state at the time, so I was confused, happy to see them but couldn't physically talk to them. Worst feeling ever. Then from the next thing I remember was the famous light. Ooh, spooky, but not one light. 2 lights. They were circling around each other while getting bigger and bigger. They seemed almost as if they were trying to save me. Then I woke up in various different hospital rooms, ultimately being told, hey, you died for a bit and we are changing your catheter now. Not verbatim. Weird experience that I forget even happened most of the time. Relearn to walk in a day or two. I still can feel the very distinct vibe if I think about it long enough. Almost like a happy nostalgia. TLDR, I no longer fear death but am extremely grateful for life. I wasn't on life support or a monitor, so I can't verify the clinically dead part, but I've been dead. There was a doctor with me who says I was dead. I've posted before discussing this, so it may be overlap for some. It's just nothing. There is no light and no darkness, no warmth and no cold. You read about it sometimes and people say it was an embrace or a chilling feeling. I had neither. I was unconscious for 20 minutes before I stopped breathing and was unconscious for the 20 minutes after I started breathing. The blackout was the same as the death. The only moment was when I started to come back. Everything was dull. When I started to open my eyes, it took 4 or 5 minutes to be able to focus. I couldn't comprehend anything said to me for almost 10 minutes. Anything I touched was wearing dive gloves and a wetsuit felt alien, like I was touching it for the first time. It was like my brain needed a hard reboot and to remember how to do various things. When I was 23, I suffered from pneumonia and blood poisoning. I got hospitalized and hooked up to the machines, but since I decided to be a moron earlier, it was nearly too late. For nearly a week, Confucius Bondi was convinced he just had a case of the flu and didn't need no medicine beyond aspirin, marrow broth, vodka and a woolen blanket. So when he showed up at the doctor, the nice man with the white coat had him rushed to the emergency ward immediately. There I shot up to 44 degrees Celsius of fever. While my body was basically boiling my brain away, I drifted in and out of sleep before slipping away completely. When I came to again, I found myself in a large room hewn from white marble, no doors or windows, only a nice fountain purling soothingly in the center. Loitering around this white room were maybe 24 people, a few of which I recognized as dead relatives of mine, all of them relatives having died from suicide, through violence or while young. Lots of suicide in my family, the others I could identify as related to me through facial features. Each was on his own. Standing alone, they all looked exhausted and disappointed, like people having waited way too long for a train, starting to question whether the train was ever supposed to arrive at all in the first place. I talked to some of them, hell if I remember anything of those conversations. After a while, my mother came up to me, drowned herself when I was 14 after spending the years before lodging knives and glass shards in my flesh. She looked at me surprised, put her hand on my shoulder and addressed me with a smile. We didn't expect you yet. But that's okay, you can stay with us if you'd like to do so already. Our native languages was German. For those interested, the words I remember in their original were Wir haben dich nicht jetzt schon erwartet, aber das macht nichts, du kannst auch jetzt schon bei uns bleiben wenn du möchtest. At that point I freaked out. My mother literally tried to kill me on several occasions when I was a kid, so an invitation from her did not sound trustworthy. All I remember from there on is panic, animal panic and naked fear and white light until I jerked back into something akin to consciousness in a hospital bed. Really waking up took a lot of time. However, I was as weak as a newborn kitten. Took me 6 months to get back to full strength. After a while, I realized that my visit in the white room took 2 weeks. Makes you scared, knowing you were out for 2 entire weeks. According to the head of station chief doctor, don't know how you call them in the States, they were not expecting me to wake up anymore apparently. I've went into respiratory arrest and organ failure. Sorry, don't recall all those Latin expressions 3 times while I was out. The 3rd time, cardiac arrest joined the party. At that point, they were expecting me to finally fade out and die. No energy left to fight on with, but apparently I soldiered onward, not going back to the white room for as long as possible. No sir. So, that's my story. I don't know if my visit to the white room really was my first visit of my eternal home to be, or just the neural fallout produced by a brain being superheated by a body running a temperature of 44 degrees Celsius. All I know for certain is that just thinking back to the white room sends shivers through my bones. My mother came back from dying as they were signing her death certificate. Complications with the anesthesia during a C-section. On many occasions she has described the struggle she had as she laid there, able to feel everything but unable to move as they cut her open and took me out. During this she remembers losing the ability to breathe and panicking for a few moments before a realization that breathing wasn't really that important. She remembers looking down at her body and even told the doctors everything they were saying and doing to her as they tried to revive her. In her experience, coming back was a conscious choice. She felt like she could either leave or choose to stay and that it would be okay either way. Surrounded by love is something she says a lot. Obviously she decided that she had some rather pressing responsibilities to resume and came back, but she has always described the whole event to me to be a very warm, loving, reassuring thing. I made a suicide attempt about 6 years ago. I was clinically dead for about only a minute, but the place I went to, time means nothing there. When I came back, it felt like I'd been there 2 hours. I can only describe it as existing only as your consciousness, but in an altered consciousness. I didn't feel anger, sadness, anxiety. I remembered the feeling of these emotions, but I could no longer feel them. I also could not feel happiness per se, but more like just peace. I still knew who I was or who I had been, but I could not feel the full gamut of human emotions I felt when I was in my body. I did not feel extreme negative emotions, or extremely positive ones like intense joy, happiness, excitement. I just felt very calm and matter of fact. The only other thing I could feel was love. I could feel love for the people I was close to, and I really wanted to be near them. It was also, things don't look the same when you're dead, because you're no longer in your body, looking with your brain, your eyes, your consciousness that is generated by your living brain. The things I saw were real, but just altered. I remember looking at my body. I remember looking around the room. I could see colors on a spectrum that I couldn't when I was alive. I could see energy and UV light. I could see the electricity running the lights. through the walls. Also, I could see everything around me, including my own body that I just left, as if I was in the fourth dimension. I could see inside of things, and I could see outside through the walls, and into the ground through the floor, and into the sky through the ceiling. I could see inside my body, and other people's bodies. I know it sounds insane. I could also not necessarily hear, but I could know people's thoughts, like telepathically. It was like I was connected to every person I could see from where I was. I also knew that I could go further if I wanted to. I just knew instinctively that if I wanted to cross over and stay dead, that I could go into what I can describe as the fifth dimension, where you go if you want to stay dead and don't want to get back into your body. I could see it and feel it, and I knew I had a choice to go there or get back in my body. Obviously, I chose to get back into my body, as I am here now. Also, and this is hard to explain, but when you're dead, nothing's a secret to you. Like I said, you can hear and feel people's thoughts and feelings, like you're them. When I came back and was able to talk to people, I was able to confirm the things I'd found out. Things that people I knew or was close to were thinking or had done in the past that they thought nobody knew about. Things I couldn't or shouldn't have known. Also, as I mentioned before, time is an illusion. I also was able to see things that were going to happen in the future, and I can tell you that the things I knew would happen a few years down the road if I chose to stay alive did happen. Time is not linear, not really. It just seems like it is when you're alive and in a body. That's how you perceive it when you're alive. But when you're dead, time is not linear, and you know things that have happened in the past that you didn't know about when you were alive. And you know what will happen in the future. You can see it as if it's all happening at once. It's hard to explain. All in all, it was bizarre. And I now know that there is a consciousness after death, a very altered one, where you're still you as an individual mass of energy, but you're also very connected to everyone and everything. So it's like being part of a collective consciousness of everyone, both dead and alive. It's a place of light, energy, and no boundaries. And there's an even more complex place you can go to if you choose to stay. If you choose to stay, your brain will die and it's permanent. I remember being very aware that while I was in this holding place of the fourth dimension, that I was still somewhat connected to my body via my brain activity. I was aware that my heart had stopped, but that my brain was still alive, and that it was like a tether of energy or like electricity. I knew that if I went further, my brain would cease to hold me near my body, and I'd leave the room completely. I was out of my body, but still connected to it, but that I could choose to sever that, and then I wouldn't be able to come back. I got hit by a car when I was 3. I stayed conscious long enough to accept a teddy bear from the man who saved me. All I know is his name was Matt, and that's what I call the daddy to this day. I only have 2 of my childhood stuffed animals and I still sleep with Matt. That sounds bad, haha. My husband thinks it's cute, so duck it. My heart stopped for just shy of 2 minutes. I had lost a ton of blood and was dealing with insane amounts of trauma as far as nerve endings go. I had a really weird out-of-body experience. There was a Taco Bell on the corner of the strip mall we were at. The guy dropped the order when the police cruiser arrived after I was already in the back of the fire truck, and he ran his siren once to make sure people cleared away from him, and the worker dropped the meal. It was like I was looking down. My mom was sobbing and my dad was literally holding her arms to keep her from coming to me while they all were swarming me. There was this equipment and yelling. I saw it through a toddler's eyes, so I guess that's how I remember it. I got this feeling like it's time to go, so I watched my mom as I left. I got sucked into a vacuum. It felt like I ended up in this space that was empty. It wasn't black, it was just simply void, and all I felt was like when you need a hug the most, when you are at your very worst, when a single kind touch will make your emotions burst. That times a million. I felt hugged close to. I honestly can't describe it. It felt like a welcome home message. Then it all blacked out. I woke up in an ICU and was ducking, terrified of the beeping and tubes, and screamed until my dad came and comforted me. So yeah, I tend to think there's something on the other side, but maybe it was my brain, etc. I get it's just a rough subject. I was clinically dead for only 1 minute, and I think because of the limited time I was able to retain some memory of it rather than cause brain damage. Luckily, it was during a dark period in my life where I chose substances over everything in my life. The morning after a binder actually was when it occurred. I went to get out of the bed and my heart immediately began beating too quickly. I have a weakened heart to start, so I am supposed to be careful. Then everything went black. I was engulfed in darkness, but it was all peaceful. Everything around me felt soft and at ease. My mind was dark but also light at the same time. Sorry, I know that. Hard to comprehend, but visualize a dark room where you feel truly happy and at peace, almost as if you were meditating. very at peace and just relaxed. I was jolted back into reality very quickly and abruptly, and I did see a light as I came back. No one brought me back, I just came back. My boyfriend at the time had his arms wrapped around me and was a wreck. He told me I stood up and passed right back out onto the bed with no pulse for a little under 60 seconds. He was about to call 911 when I woke up and asked him why are interrupting my dreams. The look on his face when he told me I wasn't dreaming I was dead is something I will never forget. The feeling of utter peace and contentment still messes with me from time to time. I want it again. I wonder why I came back frequently. It's something I'll never answer to. Held in an indescribable blue-white light, a pure energy, and it was akin coming home after a long absence. No fear, every sense heightened, enveloped in unconditional love and exquisite joy. No sensation of a physical body. It's like my essence was distilled to its original, perfect concept, higher knowledge, deeper understanding. Years later, I sought to return to that light after waking to a rapist that had drugged my food. That time, no light, no peace, no welcoming. Instead, I was plunged into a smothering void, sensory deprivation accompanied by excruciating loneliness and fear. This time, my body came through the veil. My entire being cried out for light. What answered was a voice I felt, not heard. It told me choosing to end my life separated me from the light, that I was being returned to finish my life as it was meant to be, and to remember 2 words: fear not. It was the first step toward a more spiritual, not religious perspective. It's simply acknowledging all living things possess energy, and resonance is the path I am walking. When I was 5, I was in a house fire. I had stopped breathing and went into cardiac arrest but was resuscitated by a paramedic. 16% if my body suffered 3rd-degree burns. Now they use a different term but I forget what it is. I was in a coma for about 5 weeks before I woke up. I distinctly remember my zone of vision zooming out from Earth up into the clouds and eventually out of our atmosphere and into space and continuing to expand outward at an exponential rate. I remember flying through galaxies but I didn't know what they were at the time. I described it to my parents as going to heaven. I don't know how I would dream that at such a young age. Thinking back on it now, I think my conscience flew out to all the outward expanding energy of the universe. I felt like I become one with the entire universe in almost an instant. I can't really explain it. I think there is something after death so great and complex and perfect. I couldn't really comprehend it. I just know it was one of the best feelings I can ever remember, even 21 years later. I am not sure whether I was clinically dead. I can only speculate, but I suspect I was. So, I was struck by lightning as a child, a direct hit. I lost about 3-5 minutes in total, during which I was likely dead. Fun fact: your brain and heart can react to lightning strikes by hard rebooting multiple times, in a process that looks like but is functionally different from arrhythmia brain death. The things I saw heard made me believe the world I had entered was liquid, thick liquid, flowing but just barely, and with audible eddies and flows in the background. Shapes were distorted, but recognizable. I found myself a bit stunned by how quickly I adapted to the logic of the place, and not only accepted but even predicted how things would occur in the liquid world. A decade later, I read an H.P. Lovecraft story called The Crawling Chaos, and the way he describes his opium fever dream was very similar in style, if not substance, to how my mind reacted to death. I have to assume that all of this was backfill, as I obviously wasn't producing new memories or sensations when I was out. My grandma almost died from pneumonia in the hospital. The doctors had my mom and her other children come into the room and say their goodbyes. She told my aunt about it shortly afterward. My grandma said while she was out, she was walking towards some music and felt extremely calm. She said it was the most beautiful music she ever heard. Suddenly a man she didn't recognize came up to her and told her she had to turn back because it wasn't her time yet. She was very sad to have to leave and told my aunt she would never again be afraid to die. A couple years after my grandma did pass away, I was going through really bad anxiety and couldn't stop thinking about death. I had a dream that my grandma was sitting next to me telling me that I have nothing to be afraid of. I had never heard of my grandma's near-death experience until after the dream. Does nobody believe in something bigger? I was 10 years old and my aunt was 38 and dying of cancer. It was her last days and we went to see her. I was peeking in from outside her bedroom door. My father was with her. My father was a man who never cried or showed any kind of iris emotions that may have made him look like he was not manly. I know, crazy anyway. He was her younger brother and he sat at her side trying to be strong. They were talking for quite a while, memories of things, him doing most of the talking. Then I heard her say "oh my," and she had tears streaming down her face. She said, "Don't worry about me, Arthur. It's so beautiful. I could never had imagined it would be like this. My father, head hanging low, began sobbing, and it's something I will never forget. She drifted away within a few minutes. I know most people will say this is euphoria-like thing caused by the brain. For me, it will always be something more. I don't remember, though I do know it made a pretty big impact. I was 3 at the time. Some context: I had a tumor the size of a mango 6 times 10 multiplied 12 in between my lungs and heart. Not good, you can imagine, especially for a 3-year-old. I was laying on our couch when my dad unpulled my legs in a playful way. When the tumor moved, it moved onto my lungs and I didn't get any air. I had no air for about 2-3 minutes and I was already turning purple and peeing my pants when I could finally breathe again. My dad was performing CPR. My reaction: according to my mom, she never heard me scream and cry that loud. I then started walking around the room with my eyes widespread, and my parents said it was quite disturbing. I then fainted. I don't remember anything, but I think a little more than nothing happened. Knowing my reaction, English is not my first language, so I am sorry for any mistakes. When I was 8 or so years old, me, my parents and my older cousin took a vacation to some resort in Spain. Me and my cousin really didn't get along and we used to fight like siblings. This day was no different. We sat at the pool most of the day. I was having a great time until he had to pester me. Of course, we had a huge argument and I tried to push him into the pool. In turn, he grabbed me and I fell in with him. I couldn't swim and it was around 6 p.m. so most people were in the restaurant eating dinner. No one knew where we were. I turned, I kicked, I tried to yell, nothing. I opened my eyes to see him swimming up, leaving me. I began to feel numb and then poof, black. I can't really say how long I was out for. Hell, my family never even seen any of this happen. They hardly believed me. I woke up on the ground with a man giving me CPR. I choked up all the water in my lungs and the man started crying. "Are you okay, little man? Talk to me." Your heartbeat was gone. I got up and ran to my parents and enjoyed my vacation like nothing even happened. God, I wish I could contact that guy and thank him. He saved my life. From what I remember, it was somewhat peaceful. It all happened so fast I didn't really have anything to panic about. He's died from kidney failure and bad infections in his arm and knee. The line was so long he couldn't see the end of it, but there was a light that was so strong he could see it from miles away. I put miles in quotations because he didn't know how far this line went, he just knew wherever it was going. It was somewhere beyond our comprehension, our understanding of the known universe. It was light, it was darkness, it was time, and space itself. It was existence itself. It was everything, and nothing at the same time. When he gazed upon the light, he said he didn't feel fear of it. He felt warmth, something he didn't understand because he knew he was dead, but this light, in his words, was where life begun, and where all life ended. It was home. Then he dropped the cheesiest pickup line I've ever heard when they brought him back. My mother is standing over him crying, thinking she just lost her husband, and his heart monitor got a pulse and he woke up 5 minutes later and asked if he was in heaven. The doctor goes, "No, you're in something hospital." He's been to many hospitals so it's hard to keep track. He goes, "Really?" He then proceeds to look over at my mom and go, "Then why am I with one of his angels?" When I was in 8th grade, my dad was really into motocross racing. One day while racing, his brakes stopped working and he overshot a down ramp and went head first into the next jump ramp. The accident completely shattered his helmet and his skull. Lots of internal bleeding, massive swelling and fluid buildup. He technically died at the scene, but paramedics were able to revive him. He was dead for 10 minutes and was comatose for another 6 months. The hospital gave us a 10% chance of survival, and even if he did survive, the likelihood he would walk and talk again was far less. For some reason, my dad used to party with a group of people, one of which now happens to be Australia's leading brain surgeon. The surgeon offered a risky procedure. I was far too young to understand the details, and of course my family agreed. When Dad finally came out of the coma, he was a mess. Imagine a 2-year-old in an adult's body. He used to also hallucinate and tell us really scary things that were apparently happening when we weren't around. Things like nurses letting him sit in his own filth and laughing at him, to doctors beating him and telling him he'd never come home. Of course, this was the brain damage affecting his cognition, and he has since said that none of these things actually happened. There was one thing though that he held on to and swears with absolute certainty happened, and that is what happened when he died. Dad's account of the time of his death was walking on a beach where he grew up with his grandmother. He recounts that while walking, she gave him a warning that the life he was leading would lead him somewhere dark, and that he wouldn't have a second chance if he didn't change now. Since his recovery, Dad is now a devout Christian and has completely changed who he was. He has gone from being very self-focused to very outwardly focused. The amount of time he has spent with us kids, and now his grandchild, and the amount of help and support he offers us is insane when I consider who he used to be. The realist in me should associate this experience with all of the other hallucinations he had during this period, but the way it's changed his life and the absolute certainty and accuracy he recounts this event makes me want to believe. Who knows though, maybe I am just naive. I am sure this is going to get lost, but I answered this question a few years ago. Here is my account. I thankfully have a pacemaker now, but for about a year of my life I went into full-blown cardiac arrest once a month. Depending on how fast they were to respond, they would use chemicals or paddles to revive me. Each of those feels different coming back, but the leaving always felt the same. The first thing that happens is my vision starts to go. Peripherals first narrowing into tunnel vision, then greening out before going black. At this point I can still hear, and if I am standing up I start to go down. It feels like my body is swaying back and forth, like I am rolling in the waves of the ocean. But I have been told I am not actually moving during this time. My brain is still functioning and I can think things like oh shit not again or try to get a grip. Then I can hear my heartbeat in my ears louder and louder until it starts to slow down. Then I listen to it slow down until I lose my hearing completely. If people are around me at this point I stop hearing them too. Then the blackness ensues and it feels like there is an elephant sitting on my chest. Like the whole universe is being sucked into my chest, creating this crazy amount of pressure and pain. But not real pain. I don't want to scream out. I just want to give into it, to make it go away any way I can. I am being crushed to death and I know it, but there isn't anything I can do about it. Then there is always an instant when everything stops. My thinking, the pressure, the pain, life. The next second is when they bring me back. If it's with drugs it's always much more gentle. I start to hear my heart beat again, pounding in my ears and my chest. My hearing comes back, but it's like I am underwater. I get the absolute worst headache you can ever imagine and my whole body gets tingly. Like when you have been out in the cold and then run your hands under hot water. You feel like it's burning hot, yet somehow it doesn't hurt. If they have to use the paddles it's a completely different story. It's more instantaneous. That elephant that was on my chest leaps off and at the same time it's like the universe that was sucked into my chest explodes out, tearing me open. My ears are assaulted with every noise around me at the same time and it's confusing. My entire body hurts like I ran a marathon and didn't drink any water. Sore, tight, burning all at the same time. But at the same time that is the moment when I feel most alive as well. It is the best and worst feeling in the world. Whenever I come back I am never fearful or worried. I don't remember being gone, just silence and darkness, but I seem more at peace with everything, more in tune with the world, and I know weird things about people that I shouldn't. I even had a nurse remove herself from my case because of this once. It's nothingness. To try to imagine this, sit and think about the edge of your vision, on the right and left sides of your periphery. Now try to think about what you see just past the edge of your vision. That's nothingness. This is just the conscious version of that. I also experience the breakdown of my subjective reality, which is a far scarier thing to both experience and remember. Let me tell you right now, most of your life is just made up bullshit that you believe in order to maintain whatever story you've created. When your brain starts to break down and retreats to save itself, the first thing it does is sacrifice the bullshit story you've made up to make your life feel okay or happy or livable. My aunt was born dead. The doctor and all the nurses checked her and tried to resuscitate her, but she was dead. A few hours later, someone found her crying in the morgue. Go figure. It turns out, being dead on arrival and living to tell the tale doesn't come cheap. She's totally deaf. She couldn't hear a shotgun if she fired it. Growing up deaf was difficult, but it was all she knew. She went to special schools, learned ASL and how to read lips. She even went to school to be a nurse, but it didn't work out because hearing is kind of required and she couldn't read lips through the face masks they have to wear. She's 50-something now. She's overweight from some congenital disease that makes it near impossible to burn fat. But otherwise, she's pretty happy with life. She likes anime because it's always subtitled. I finally get to answer one of these. When I was almost 5, I had a very bad cough and everyone else in the house was sick too. I didn't want to be a bother. I remember finding the stuff my parents gave me, and figured since a little helped my cough, a lot should be even better. I am not sure how long later, but my parents found me laying in a pool of cough syrup barely breathing. My heart apparently stopped in the ambulance on the way to the hospital for around half a minute or so and they managed to bring me back. I vaguely remember something like bright lights and intermittent darkness. But that's it. The thing I remember most was the horrible stuff they gave me afterwards to make me throw up what was left of the syrup in my stomach still. They said it was chocolate milk. It wasn't. Overdosed when I was 13 years old. Won't go into details, but I was in a very rough patch and did a lot of stupid things that I regret. My brain was oxygen deprived. I stopped breathing and collapsed. While I was standing, everything turned to darkness, pitch black. I was no longer in the bathroom anymore. I remember being disorientated. The floor felt like dense jelly. I couldn't balance myself and collapsed. I hit my head on the edge of the bath and I remember not feeling any pain, only the weightless feeling of falling down an endless rabbit hole. I heard my father's voice, which was an obvious impossibility, as he was over 200 kilometers away across the state. He was yelling. I was in a state of panic, filled with fear and confusion. My mother heard the thud of me falling to the ground and had to break down the door. She found me naked on the tiles with my eyes glazed over. I have no idea how long I was out for. I don't even know if I could say it was death that I was experiencing, but reading other experiences really put my account into perspective. I had a sudden bad rash, red welts all over my body. When I was out of town, there was an emergency room next to my hotel, so I went there. They gave me a cortisone injection, then another injection of epinephrine. I started to leave and they said they had to keep me under watch for a half hour. I wanted to call my husband to tell him what happened. I stood up to use a phone and I suddenly got very weak and collapsed. Then I realized I was on a gurney and people were frantic doing things to me. I asked, am I going to die from a rash? I just got back where it looks. I blacked out again. I remember a strange ethereal floating feeling. Then I woke up at ICU. The epinephrine had pushed my pulse to 250, then nothing. I had to be paddled twice. I don't know if that was near death, but it was close enough for me. Due to a branch falling on my head while I was in a lake, I was gone for what they think was almost 2 months. I was disappointed later cause not a damn thing happened. I don't remember a week prior to the accident or 2 days after. My best friend said it was creepy. My pupils were really weird and they didn't wash my hair where my head had split open, so I had leaves and shit all in my hair. It was down to my ass at the time and a huge ducking mess. I kept repeating, where am I? What's the damage? Is my son okay? How bad am I hurt? For 2 days straight like a broken record. I remember going out to eat the week prior. Then my next memory is a dark room, pain, and asking how bad am I hurt. I just kind of knew it was bad. Everyone said my tone changed and they could tell I was back to me. No one ever would explain how my tone was different while hurt. I will occasionally have small flashes of the day I got hurt, a sky tinted red from blood in my eyes, dreams of stumbling as I try to walk for help, panicking that I can't let my hands fall from the towel on my head but not able to remember why, seeing light flicker through the water and thinking I need to get to it, or panicking the next time I went underwater. I also have a huge drive now to document so I don't forget anything: pictures, video, journals, notepads. I feel like I have to remember shit. But the worst flashback I've had, someone screaming my name. That one ducked with me. I was trail running and froze. I kept thinking I could hear someone screaming my name, then screaming for help. I run with headphones in now. I don't think the in the moment death was the problem. The aftermath, both physical and mental, has been bad. It still to this ducking day ducks with me that I have lost moments in time that I can't remember what happened. Funny thing is, my IQ went up after my accident, but my anxiety, interpersonal problems, also went up, and I became OCD and even confrontational on matters I used to let slide. I haven't died and haven't had a near-death experience, but I lost my best friend back in 2013, and that set me off to examine what death is. You could say I became obsessed with death, and I read everything I could about the subject. I quickly discovered some of the scientific studies there are about this. A Dutch doctor, Pim van Lommel, made a big study back in the 90s and wrote several books about it. And Bruce Grayson, a psychiatrist from the US, has made really interesting research too. If you're curious, then read more about it. It may very well open your eyes to a new view on our world. It is an awesome world we live in, and we know very little about how it works. There are also a lot of near-death experiences gathered on this site. Very ugly site, but it's run by Dr. Jeffrey Long, who also does research in the field. I was in a house fire and suffered pretty extensive burns when I was 15. A couple of months after the house fire, and while on the burns ward in hospital, I went into cardiac arrest. I remember the night it happened and being terrified of my mom leaving me and feeling like there was a presence in the room. Eventually my mom left and I don't really remember much of the night, but I do remember having what I thought was a really weird dream. I dreamt I was naked and in a cold dark tunnel that suddenly opened up into this massive area. As I slowly walked into it, I saw what looked like the Christ the Redeemer statue from Brazil, and as I walked towards it, tiny sparks of light lit up all over it, slowly illuminating it and giving me a sense of awe and wonder. Suddenly I was sitting on a bench and there was a man sitting next to me, nonchalantly throwing a rock up and down in his hand. He gives me the rock and asks me to throw it at the Christ the Redeemer statue. I hold the rock for a moment, thinking of this image of the statue crumbling and burning after being hit by the rock, and decide I can't do it and give the rock back. I then get up and walk towards the statue when I hear my name being called. I look back over my shoulder and saw all my school friends standing behind a window and calling for me and waving for me to come back. I then walked back towards them, and that was it. Not sure if it was an afterlife experience or just my brain coping with the fact my heart had stopped. Interesting side note: the nurse that found me and realized I was in cardiac arrest, and the nurse that first started CPR and the first doctor to respond to the ward were all graduates from my high school. I was about 5 or 6 and dying from a medical condition I had at that time, but I can remember being led by the hand down the streets of a beautiful small town with big yards, happy people and happy dogs. It was Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy that were with me. Perhaps because I had recently been a pair as a gift, I realized I was being given a choice between staying in that place forever or going back to my parents. I wanted to stay in this beautiful peaceful place, but I chose to go back because I knew if I died it would end my parents. I definitely had a choice and have no doubt in my mind that I would have died had I chosen to stay there. I believe these experiences are presented to children in a manner they can understand. Either that or it was my subconscious telling my mind to fight if I wanted to survive. Whatever the experience was, I had a clearly laid out choice to make. I made my choice and it came true. Nearly 60 years later and I am still here. I am looking forward to dying a natural death one day and going back to live in that beautiful space forever. I can't wait. I do know it's left me completely fearless to die. I don't want to die, but if I am hit by a bus today, it's okay. It's really and truly going to be okay. It also left me with a profound sense that the beautiful place I saw is my true home, and that my life on earth is just for right now, not forever. It's difficult to explain because I was so young, but I can say it forever changed my worldview forever despite my being so young.
My sister, a friend of ours, and I got caught in a riptide, and everyone on shore thought we were playing. So nobody responded. I swam as hard as I could, and fought until I started swallowing water and actually breathing it in. At first, it stung like hell, but then a peaceful feeling came over me, and I remember thinking, well, that wasn't too bad. I guess dying doesn't hurt as bad as I always thought. I felt a profound peacefulness. It was at that moment that my rescuer pulled me out of the water and shocked me back to life. I had an out-of-body experience, but the only way I knew it was out-of-body was because my vantage point changed. It did not feel like anything, but I was watching what was happening in the hospital room from up by the ceiling looking down. I have no recollection of anything, except that I got to watch my resuscitation. I watched people coming in and out of the room. I watched my family. I have a clear view of the room. I was looking towards the foot of the bed. The last memory I had before the out-of-body experience was that I was feeling very euphoric from lack of oxygen, and I could hear them asking if anyone had a pulse, and I thought that was really funny because of course I had a pulse. I could hear them. I was unconscious, so I could not respond, but I was thinking they were not great doctors. Then next thing I know, I'm watching them from the ceiling. I have no recollection of returning to my body at all. I also had no lights or deep thoughts or tunnels or aha moments. I do not know if I was clinically dead, but I assume that is what it was. I had a cardiac issue and arrested at home and in the while in the waiting room. I kept losing consciousness and they were not even looking at my heart. They were about to CT scan my brain when someone hooked me up to a portable monitor and saw I had a heart rate of about 20, which is basically none. During one of those times, I was suddenly in a place where I was completely aware of myself, but had no thoughts of what was going on with me. I felt no pain, could see nothing but white. It felt like I was in a warm dry cloud. Really hard to describe, but all the chaos of them coding me vanished. I did not think about my husband, children, or parents. Just, hey, this is weird. Where am I? I remember it now extremely clear, like it was yesterday. Though this happened in 1996. I have passed out before, and this was not that. I have been under general anesthesia, and it was nothing like that either. I was resuscitated and now live with a pacemaker as a result of that day. I was 30 when it happened. Whatever caused my cardiac issues, that day never happened again. The pacemaker never fired, and the battery has long since died. Cardiologists say I can have it removed if I want. But why bother? It will be there if I need one again someday. My dad was clinically dead for 25 minutes in February because of a massive heart attack while he was in a 2. He was really out of it and repeated himself a lot. He kept telling us the same story. He said he was walking down a grey corridor with his mother who passed away in 2002 and described what she was wearing, I believe what she was buried in. And they had the following conversation. "Grandma, what are you doing here?" "Dad, I have come to be with you." "Grandma, no son. Not yet. You have a wife and children to get back to, and you have not met all your grandkids." And then she walked ahead of him, and he came back to us. We kept asking him if it was a dream, but he said it was so vivid, and he could describe very detailed images of my grandma and what they were wearing. When I was 5 years old, I was in a house fire. I was clinically dead, and I have memories that I had a strange vision when everything happened. The best way I can explain it was that I had an out-of-body experience. I switched from a first-person view to a third-person view. Then I can describe my vantage point as a camera on a constant zoom out up into the sky and then into space, and basically the speed of the zoom out increased exponentially until I was so far zoomed out that I passed through strange and beautiful colors I could hardly describe at the time. I thought it was heaven at that age. Now when I try and remember it, I can describe it as passing through galaxies and nebulas. I believe that my conscience bonded with my energy, and it was released from my body to all the energy which is still accelerating outwards away from the Big Bang. I believe that all energy is somehow connected, and there are many types and forms of it we do not understand yet. When I was 13, I had peritonitis following a botched appendectomy. It was late on a Sunday night and the hospital called in a general surgeon bypassing the incompetent idiot who had operated on me a few days earlier. The surgeon told my parents he had to operate now or I would die. While he was gloved up and doing a rectal probe, my heart stopped. It took only seconds to whip the glove up and do heart massage. What was weird was just before my heart stopped, my perspective changed. My conscious self was suddenly calmly observing the scene from a vantage point near the ceiling at the far corner of the room. I watched the doctors massaging me with a couple of nurses nearby. I could see my mum sitting in a chair with her head in her hands looking desperate. Shortly after that, I found myself enveloped in darkness. Then a light appeared at the end of some kind of tunnel. A feeling of peace overwhelmed me. I started to move towards the light, but became aware I had a choice: go to the light and never return, or go back from the light and live. I went back. The whole experience freaked me out to the point I could not talk about it for many years without breaking out into a cold sweat with tears, and it was not until many years later I could talk about it following publicity about similar NDEs. It was comforting knowing my experience was not unique. There is no religious perspective in this experience. I was raised without religion and would describe myself as an atheist, although I would love a rational explanation of the vision. I wrote a much expanded version of this for Dr. Sampania, who has been doing the research into NDEs, and he uses my piece in his lectures. And my skin is prickling about it even now, all these decades later. I have a family member that died in the air from a ruptured aneurysm. He said that he woke up in a big open field and could see a shining city in the distance. The city was white and glowing, but also had colors coming off it, like it was iridescent. There was a gate. He knew he was dead, and he knew that was heaven. So he started running toward it. He could see people, but not make out who they were. He was happy and pain-free. Then he heard his wife call his name and beg him not to leave her. She admitted she did say that to him when they were trying to revive him in the air. Upon hearing this, he turned and started walking back the other way. When I asked him if it was because he loved her so much and didn't want to leave her, he said no. I was really disappointed. I wanted to stay, but I didn't want her to be mad at me. My grandfather died a couple of times leading up to his actual death. I got to ask him about what he experienced after, should I say. He gave conflicting answers in most accounts, although I put that down to how much morphine he was on each time. Once he described seeing his brother who he never got along with. His brother had passed before I was born, but he told me that he was still a bastard. Other times he described seeing fabulous lights and feeling out of his body, whereas other times he said it was just lights out. Gone. Nothing. Like falling asleep and walking up. No consciousness to speak of. In all of his experiences though, he never spoke of seeing any gods. He never experienced suffering, nor bliss. It just seemed like sometimes he had get a random picture in his head, or see lights and other times would not. Him seeing his brother never made much sense. They were never really close as they were 11 years apart. So growing up was never tight-knit for him. And by the time he was old enough to know his brother, he had long since left for the army. When his brother came back from the army, well, he was a bastard. That is what I was told. Anyway, I died in a suicide attempt. I overdosed. It is strange, because this is the memory that is the most vivid in my head. I remember falling to the ground. I kinda let go. The 911 operator. I could hear her voice. It was very distant, as if you were to cup your hands over your ears, and my vision was blurry. I felt dizzy. Eventually my vision gave out, and what I saw is like when you stand up too quickly and all you see is static. It looked like that before going dark. I remember that when my vision died out, my hearing and touch senses became stronger than usual. I could feel the floorboards still, and then I felt this tingling sensation, as if my entire body was one giant funny bone, and I had just hit it, and then my touch was gone. At that moment my hearing senses cranked up extremely loud. I heard this loud, sharp ring and then everything went silent. For a split second I was watching myself. I was in a pitch black space, and I saw my mom. She is dead, but it is like I was watching a movie of myself watching my mom. The image left me, and my hearing was back. Still extremely muffled and faint. I could faintly hear an ambulance, and then again my senses were gone. All I felt was this strange feeling of comfort. I felt safe and calm. Fast forward to the hospital. When they were pumping my stomach, all I felt was flashes of consciousness. I kept fighting it though. I wanted back to that feeling of safety and comfort. I did not want to live. I suddenly felt this heaviness on my right arm, and as weird as it sounds, there were shapes that I cannot describe being flung at me in the complete darkness. And my head said that the heaviness was a sword that I needed to use to block the shapes, or else when I gained consciousness my life would be even worse. It was really terrifying, and I'm not sure whether it was my mind being crazy or if there is some psychological reason behind it. When I came back I felt so numb both physically and mentally, and I never wanted to experience that again. Yet a year later I overdosed a second time and the exact same feelings happened. It was so strange. Post-hysterectomy at 26 apparently I died. Just briefly though. I always say almost. I almost died. I remember waking up from the operation in so much pain. Uncontrollable. Indescribable pain. My body does not process pain like most people's. This is literally how I found out, and so I guess my brain just knocked the duck out. The nurse, bless her heart, trying to get my pain under control essentially killed me. And I remember a bench. A very dark nothingness, but a bench that stretched out on both sides of me into an eternity of nothingness. The dark was dark but not the type that has a light source you just cannot find, and you have to squint to see. I was not in a room, just a vastness, and I somehow knew there was nothing else there. I now call it the waiting room of death. Further down the bench was a man with a hat who merely sat as I did, and I believe that man was my grandfather. A moment of digression: my grandfather died a couple years prior of pancreatic cancer. I talked to him on the phone the day before, and he said to me, with a chuckle in his voice, "I'm dying, but that is okay. I have lived." Those words, his peace, stuck with me. We were not exceptionally close as he was not a very affectionate man, but I always had this deep love, respect and appreciation for him. He had donned his hat at dawn and walked to do his errands. He had come in after, take off his hat, step through the door. It was the same pattern every day. I stayed there during summers and I always marveled at his hat. A brown tattered thing he handled with such delicacy. Even more of a deviation years after his death than mine. I was diagnosed with his same chronic illness, not pancreatic cancer. It's hereditary and no one else in my family has it. Just kinda. I don't know. Back to death though. It was peaceful. Still. I sat like I was waiting for my number to be called, but it never was. This guy I worked with said he was in a car crash and had died for 3 minutes in the hospital, and ever since he came back he said he could tell how many spirits were following a person. My friend Ray, and I didn't believe him of course, so I asked, okay bro, how many spirits are following me then? He took a step back and said, you have 3 spirits that follow you. 3 is my lucky number. I was a little shocked. I told him my lucky number was 3 and he was a little surprised too. So my friend says, how many spirits are following me? He does the same step back and says, there's only 1 spirit that follows you, but it comes and goes. My friend looked at me and he goes, whoa, a dude fat stuck in weird. I asked why, and he explained that he had dated this girl that was a Wiccan. He had told her one day that he would feel like someone would be sitting in the passenger seat in his car while he was driving. He would turn to look, but no one would be there. She told him it was her and that she would check on him every once in a while. This wasn't me, but my grandma. She was clinically dead from cancer complications for a bit, but they brought her back. She relayed to my mom, her siblings, and my grandpa that she felt an intense peace and saw her brother, her parents, and some other relatives who had passed on before her. She saw her twin sons that she lost a few hours after they were born. Apparently she didn't want to come back initially and was given the option to stay, but she was told, guided to the decision, that my mum's youngest sisters still needed her. They weren't out of high school yet and needed their mom. So she came back, and then the cancer eventually got her. I do not know if I died for a bit or what, but I woke up from whatever it was with my heart going bam. One night in 2010 or 2011, I remember waking up in a room at that quiet blue hour just before dawn. I was surrounded by 2 or 3 dozen other people, all still sleeping. It was a room about 60-70 feet wide and 40 feet from front to back, with a few of what seemed to be really long seats, like pews, toward the front. I think behind and to the flanks of those seats was like a split level sort of square U-shaped platform area with 2 levels where everyone was laying down on the floor. On the walls opposite the doors were fairly tall, translucent windows, like they were frosted, and only the general color of outside light could get through. As I woke up and kind of oriented myself, the doors opened quietly as a couple of people shuffled in. As if not to unduly wake anyone, there was some sort of hall beyond the door, not a hallway, like a corridor, but a hall, a large open space, well lit. I could see a couple of structures like where actual hallways began, and I could tell there were a good number of pretty people bustling about. The people in our room left, quietly closing the doors behind them. After a few minutes, the doors opened again, gently, but this time completely unapologetically, and the lights came on. I could now see that the room was white. A small line of people from the hall filed in, but I was kind of too taken in by the dawning realization that I was dead to pay much more particular attention to them. I will get to this in a bit. To describe the atmosphere, I might refer to the feeling kind of like when you are on a long international flight and they use those dim morning lights as they start making the final approach to your destination, kind of muted feeling. With most people asleep, a couple people stirring about, occasionally opening and closing the overhead compartments. Really low energy at first, but as people come to, the place livens up. For anyone who has not experienced that, maybe think of a sleepover with friends where you kind of all crashed in the living room and your parents are at first cautiously navigating your scattered bodies as the sun begins to peek over the horizon and into the windows, and everyone kind of starts waking up on their own and sitting there sleepily. Going back to my previous statement, by this point I'm not sure who else I had come to realize that I had died. I did not have any context of how or when, but I did not care, and I remember feeling absolute warmth and peace and the thrill of learning whatever was to come next. It was a true sense of home and belonging. Even though I did not know anyone there, I was free of stress or anxiety, or the pressure of time limits. As in I was not even aware of those things. It is only in retrospect that I noticed any of that. That is just how gone time was. How absolutely free I had felt. I could tell in my bones that this was simply the next step. And I could not wait to get started. There was a trio of guys. Brothers, I think. And as they were waking up, they were completely disoriented. They did not know where they were or anything. And they were a bit upset, trying to figure out amongst themselves what had happened. All they remembered was being on a plane home and now they were here. I actually watched them a bit with excitement. And my feeling was like, wait, do they not get it? Do not they know? And I was wondering if I should break the news to them. And I even asked one of the people who was working there if it was against any rules to do so. She smiled, amused, and said no, it was fine. But I decided that it would be more interesting for them if I let them figure it out on their own. Other people started coming into the room. Not workers. Other people, like us, but who had been there for some time. Because I was so caught up in the feeling I did not notice specifically how the other people were interacting or what they were saying. I only knew of one of the people who came in. But he was not someone I did known personally in life. I approached him, but I cannot remember at the moment my short conversation with him. And other people were wanting to talk with him too. I had so many questions. I'm tempted to write what I think he said, but I do not want to fill in any cracks with things I'm not 100% remembering. I think I wrote this all down sometime after, but I do not have access to that journal right now, since I'm stuck in Japan because of COVID. Maybe I will find it someday and update this post, as if it will matter by then. Anyway, that was about when I woke up at some odd hour, and I felt my heart just squeezing the blood through, kind of painfully, then pounding. As I opened my eyes, again, I cannot say without a doubt that I died or anything, but the heart thing had me seriously wondering, and more than that, given how vivid and real the place and the feelings were, especially considering I did struggled without really knowing with the scars of an abusive home life, and the absolute night and day contrast between how I always typically felt and how I did felt there. It was like when you put on glasses for the first time and you wake up to all the details you had long forgotten ever existed. It was like that for my heart. Perfect, heavenly clarity, with no anxieties or hang-ups about the past. No shame or fear or regret, or longing or anger or grudges or frustration with what I did been robbed of. None of it mattered. From there it was only onward and upward, building on a foundation of a difficult past whose only purpose and effect was to make me who I had become so far. Nothing more, nothing less. I was so terribly, profoundly disappointed to be waking up again to this limited, chemically imbalanced bag of flesh and electricity. I'm working with a client who died twice. One time was 20 years ago, when he was mid-40s. He was a truck driver, and he inhaled toxic fumes. He remembered falling to the ground. Next thing he knew, he was in his kitchen chair, in a long white hall with a lot of doors. Then he woke up still laying on the ground with the paramedic next to him. He was dead for 2 minutes. The other time occurred just a few weeks ago. He does not remember why he died. He got told about it when he was in the hospital. Before he told me this story, he wanted to know if I'm religious. He was afraid I would not believe him. He was at home in his kitchen chair. He already had 4 small seizures this morning as far as he remembered. It was early. Then he fell on his table. When he got up, he found himself in his kitchen chair again in the long white hall with a lot of doors leading somewhere else. In front of him are his parents who died nearly 10 years previous to this. From the door to his left he hears the screams of his ex-wife. Help. Get me out. Help. Help, get me out. It is too hot. Help. It hurts. Get me out. Get me out. His mother interrupts the screaming and says you cannot get her out, and your serene wife will join her there. He looks at his mother. She looks not like she looked when she died. She talks again. It is not your time yet. You will have to stay there a little longer. Then he got rolled backwards as the light in the hall dimmed. He woke up at his kitchen chair. Next thing he remembers is a hospital bed. He does not know if him coming back to the kitchen was real or not. He believes this was real. I have noticed a lot of nothing comments which makes sense and a lot of dream comments which also makes sense. I once saw a study that suggested the brain may remain active for up to 5 minutes after your death. In my family we always reference my grandfather who was in WWII and had heart problems after. He was a bomber navigator and had a few planes shot down and supposedly he died in those instances. But that does not count as clinical as nobody else could provide witness. I guess he was the sole survivor of some of the crashes. Later in life, he enjoyed running marathons. He continued up until they forced him to stop because he had a fatal heart attack during a marathon when he was in his late 70s. Every time he died he said the same thing happened. He would be greeted by his in-laws at the afterlife. They would yell at him for leaving behind his wife and tell him to not come back to the afterlife until she had lived a full, happy life and died peacefully. He was always grumpy about this and wanted to die, but they would not let him up. This supported the family's religious beliefs for many years. Also, we think he was trying to poison her near the end and he pushed her down a flight of stairs at one point. Anyway, he loved her very much and was very upset when she did finally die. Ironically, he continued to live 2 years after she passed and lived well into his 90s. When I was 11, my mum was in a serious car accident and died twice, was resuscitated both times. I know a lot of people say there was nothing, but she doesn't agree. She said it was like falling asleep and then waking up in her grandmother's kitchen who raised my mum and had been dead for about 8-9 years. She said she was sitting at her grandmother's kitchen table and her grandmother walked over and handed her a cup and coffee and smiled at her. She said she felt like she was there for a long time, just having coffee with her grandmother, like time didn't exist. Then she was back in the car again and people were resuscitating her. She was airlifted to our local hospital and died again on the way there. She said she was back in her grandmother's kitchen. Her grandma gave her a hug and then she was back in the helicopter again. Thankfully my mum is still alive, but her mum recently died and my mum said that she know that her mum is waiting for her in her grandmother's kitchen. A long time ago I was smoking weed with my friends in the woods. I live in the Netherlands, so we were not being illegal. I couldn't really handle weed or alcohol, but I wanted to be cool, so I joined in anyway. After a while I started feeling funny. I did not recognize my surroundings anymore, and we went for a little walk. All of a sudden I collapsed on the ground, and I was immediately a few feet up in the air. I was looking down on my body lying there, and my friends panicking. I could hear their thoughts kinda, but also the things they said to me. I saw one of them starting to hit my face to wake me up. I looked away from my body and was now at the top of the trees. I remember it being so peaceful, like whatever happened was going to be fine, not a care in the world. Then someone hit me in my face and I was back in my body. Not really a death experience. I was never dead, probably just high out of my mind, but I still remember that peace and comfort like it was yesterday. I do not believe in an afterlife at all, but if it turns out there is, I wish it is going to be like that experience. Just a peaceful floating at the top of the trees. Suicide survivor here. Sleeping pills. My mother's pain pills. And a jug of whiskey. Doctor said I was clinically dead for about 10 minutes, then in a short 3-day coma. I remember 2 things. The world was gone. Destroyed. Like an apocalypse. Everything had so muted colors it was like black and white TV. There were knights on horses. Cobbled together armor and weaponry. Some wore white. Some black. A constant flow of battle. Screams. Death. One knight wore grey and was just watching. Following the battle. He said this was the eternal struggle in limbo. Those who were sent there fought eternally in a war. During and being reborn to fight again. And then a flash of light and the fighting stopped. Color returned. And I felt warmth and love. I remember just before opening my eyes smelling a mixture lavender and sage. It is remembered because my mother, who was right there when I woke up, asked about heaven. And she wrote down what I told her and put it in my scrapbook. I do not really know if this fits here, but a few years ago I had a dream. Everything around was white, like overflowing with white mist, and at the same time nothing at all. And in the middle of all that, in front of me was like this stone, arch, gate, It had symbols on it, and I just stood there, observing it, and like 5 seconds later it kind of swallowed me. Like I did not walk in it, but it walked over through me, and with that I could feel this ease. I looked around, and it was like something you see in movies. Beautiful gardens, floating mountains and waterfalls flowing from them. I saw a woman walking by, and I asked, "What is this place?" She looked at me like she wanted to say, "Bishwa, are you dumb?" But then her look got more serious, worried. She walked closer to me and said, "You are not supposed to be here." She touched my chest with her hand, and it did not really feel like much, just like a cold outline, and then she kind of pushed me out with it. With the push I instantly woke up, and my heart was pounding. I could feel every part of my body pulsating, throbbing, and then it all normalized. What did the woman look like? What kind of symbols were on the gate? She looked normal, had curly, fabulous hair, I could say. Her clothes were the type of blankets Greek people wear. The symbols, I honestly have no idea. They were constantly changing without a pattern. Seemed random. I was in a coma for 5 days when I was 13, 2003. I was riding a scooter and was struck by a car in a blind turn. I do not remember that day or several days before. I do not remember roughly 6 months after I came out of the coma. But I do remember a dream I had while I was knocked out that played over and over and over. I was standing riding on the back of a golf cart where the golf bag would normally go in a humongous grass field shaped as a bowl. I don't know who was driving the golf cart, but every time we would approach near the top of the bowl-like grass field, the golf cart would suddenly turn around and head back down the hill, only to begin to climb the other side, and repeat, over and over and over. And you all know the difference between a dream that is rather vague and a dream that is so vivid and realistic that you can almost smell and actually feel things from that dream, and it seems to last for longer than just a few moments. Well, this was the most vivid dream I have ever experienced in my whole life. I still have this dream, to an extent, but it seems as though my brain will either involuntarily switch to another dream or wake me up for a quick restart. In closing, I did not see the other side, but I sometimes wonder, if I were to be one of those people stuck in a coma for months or years, would I continue to dream that same dream the whole time, or would I eventually move on to another dream? Or maybe, just maybe, I would slowly move on to the other side and leave my earthly body behind. I've had a few near-death experiences that have left me feeling as if my time and space had been altered, but never died. I have had many dreams of my demise, whether it be from a comet hitting Earth or some sort of doomsday incident, to being shot in the face, or falling from high places. I watch the water and soil of the planet come toward me, and in what seems to be seconds, I'm gone. The result to me was always the same. My body was no longer there, and there was nothing but pure energy, and a feeling of freedom throughout my entire fabric of being. In those moments I felt infinite and limited. Everything and nothing. I imagine and in some ways hope this could be true. I remember in one very specific moment, a friend and I held on to each other as we watched an asteroid land in the ocean, and a wave came toward us, swallowing us into the abyss that lay behind the surface. And in that moment there I was, without any feeling of limbs or flesh, sight, smell, or taste. I just was. I felt liberated. I hope this makes sense. A few years ago I had my first heart attack. It is a condition where my heart does not get the electrical signals needed to beat, so it just cuts off. The first time it happened was one morning. I had just gotten out of the shower and had started to shave at the sink. I had lathered my face up and had taken the first swipe at my right sideburn. While I was looking in the mirror I suddenly noticed I was not pulling the razor down. And then I noticed I could move or feel my hand. And then I noticed I was not breathing, and that I did not have a heartbeat. Then, as if in super slow motion, saw myself fall to the floor, while my face and head hit everything on the way down. I remember thinking to myself as I hit the faucet, this is going to leave a big ass scar. Then everything just went dark. No more thoughts, no anything at all. Then I woke up to having my chest crushed by my baby and feeling tons of pain all over my body. Then the paramedics took over and kept talking, but I really could not understand them because of all the pain. I can remember being rolled into the ambulance and the one paramedic said, "Do not be scared. This is going to help with the pain." Then I went blank again and no pain. I woke up a few hours later, and that is when the docs told me I had a heart attack, and I was a very lucky man. The doctors said that they could only guess I was dead for a couple of minutes the first time, but in the ambulance I had been dead for 3 minutes and 37 seconds. Friends have asked me about it and what it is like to die, and I just tell them it is like cutting off a TV or unplugging a light. 1 second you're here and the next is nothing. Bam. No regret, no remorse, no anything afterwards. Though it did give me a little bit more thoughtfulness towards other people's religious beliefs. As long as people's beliefs make them content and happy without harming others, more power to them. Whatever gets you through a day and gives you some kind of purpose, even if that purpose is futile or false in my opinion. From my agnostic standpoint, I still do not have enough information to form a valid opinion one way or another about an afterlife. I do know that I would be very sad to be in a heaven that was created by the same twisted mind that created hell. My mom and I almost died during the birth procedure because of the doctor's mistake. She was clinically dead for about 8-9 hours. She lost a lot of blood. A whole bunch of people had to come in to give it to her. When she died, she recalls it as her soul leaving the body, levitating out, seeing the entire room from the ceiling. She says she was at peace, the pain disappeared, she felt happy, she even swore at the doctor who made the mistake. Disappearing from the room, she heard voices calling her like a trip to another dimension. She says she was not afraid as she felt joy walking there. Suddenly the music started playing as she saw a figure of a man. They started talking, and he told her, "Unfortunately your time has not come yet." He spoke about her qualities and mistakes and even told her something about the future she does not want to tell me. He even told her what name to give me, saying for he will be known by that name. When the doctors brought her back to life, saying it was a miracle in all of that pain, she smiled like nothing was wrong. My mom is my hero and a real life warrior. She went through a lot, especially during the war. Her entire family was killed in Kosovo in 1999, and then the hell of a NATO bombing of Serbia that came after. Since her death she became woke about life, enjoying and cherishing every single moment of it. I had a beautiful childhood, although living in Europe's powder keg Balkan, she never taught me to hate on anybody. I always ask her, did the man reveal anything about the future? She just laughs and says we are all about to experience collective awakening. She is now retired after a career in archaeology and culture. I love you fellow Redditors. I thought I would share this with you, hope you like it.